This meeting is called to order, and our invocation will be coming from Pastor Curtis.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, to all of our citizens, as well as our city manager and attorney, Pastor Natron Curtis, the Well Church. Let's all bow our heads, please, for a word of prayer. God of wisdom and grace, we pause to reflect and to remember that we share this city together. And as we gather for this commission meeting, we ask that clear minds, unselfish hearts, and humble spirits prevail. We ask that you will grant our leaders the patience to listen well, the courage to do what is equitable, and the discipline to seek the good of all of our citizens. We ask that you would strengthen the bonds of trust across our city. As opinions may differ, help us to stay grounded in mutual respect. And as the holidays surround us, we hold this season with gratitude and grace. We celebrate the joy of this day, and we also remember our neighbors who may be carrying grief, loneliness, stress, or experiencing financial strain. We ask that you bless this Good Life community to be a place where no one feels left out and no one feels unseen. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Now we have the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, look. Now we have the approval of the agenda. A special presentation, Alachua Elementary School students performing art appreciation.
Mr. Mayor, prior to the approval of the agenda,
Oh,
can we have two items rotated, item B and item A for the ordinances?
so
This recommendation allows old business to be discussed first.
Do I need to motion to approve the,
I don't think there's a motion on it. Because which we're looking at the December 8th, right? And you're saying you're asking for
public comment.
B to be switched with A.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So an ordinance versus the amendments to Fletcher Trace.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And Mr. Mayor, I would also like to remove item B from the consent agenda and remove that as well.
Mr. Fletcher, could you tell us again what you want to do?
Yeah, so I would like to remove item B from the consent agenda off of that.
Minutes.
Correct.
You want them to be brought in for discussion?
So for them to be brought into discussion, once an item is moved off the consent agenda, then it's placed in a normal spot on the
I
agenda.
just want to be clear. That's what you're asking.
Right. I'm fine if it wants to be taken off from this agenda completely or have our discussion then.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
I think in light of the amount of items we have on our agenda tonight, just take it off the agenda and put it on the next agenda. Is that what you're looking for? Is that what's being asked?
I'm just looking for
What's
a
happening?
discussion about that agenda item. So whether that happens at this meeting or a future meeting, that's fine with me.
Okay, well, that was my opinion.
So I guess when we're talking about motion to approve the agenda, I guess is it going to be a motion to amend the agenda? Is that correct?
You would have a motion to approve the agenda with amendments and
Okay.
the amendments that you suggest.
So I think I'm going to move to approve the agenda with the amendments correctly, with item B from the consent agenda removed from that, as well as you wanted to swapping items
4A and 4B.
4A and 4B in order. Right? So reversing that order, taking off that completely. Yes.
I'll second that.
We have public comments.
Could you scoot over?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, staff. My name is Tamara Robbins. Couple of things I want to get clear. So the item B on the consent agenda, the approval of the November 24th, 2025 minutes, Are those being completely removed from this agenda to be scheduled on a future agenda or placed on a different location on this tonight's agenda? Just clarification before I make a comment.
My understanding is Mr. Mayor, not Chair. My understanding of my motion was that it is being removed completely from the agenda. Is that correct? Just
Placed on a future agenda is what I heard.
right. So I guess it's being deferred until date uncertain. I guess that's the end impact of that.
Okay, just a suggestion as a commenter that I think it would be more prudent to put it on the next agenda versus just a date uncertain, but it's not legally. Does it have to be that way? So a couple of things. One is June 23rd, you all voted 5-0 to move to direct the city manager to come back with options for live streaming. And it seems appropriate to address that again tonight because look at all these lovely students who are here to perform for us. And if we were live streaming this meeting, everyone would get to watch it from their home or wherever they are. They would get to watch this presentation and this performance live streamed. And wow, wouldn't that be nice? So I'm just still encouraging, don't know why it's not happening, and no one seems to be willing or able to give an explanation. I'm asking that on agenda item under special presentations, Mr. Mayor, that the item C, the Fiscal Analysis Report for fiscal year 2024 to 2025 through September 30th, 2025, that you allow public comment and or questions on that item. If the commission moves to adopt or accept the presentation, it would automatically provide for the opportunity for the public to comment. Otherwise, I'm just asking for your consideration to give the public an opportunity on comments and questions on how the public money is being spent. Thank you.
Hi, Sori Lindbergh, really quickly. Based for the motion to approve the agenda, again, June 23rd, you voted for live streaming. That was 168 days ago. That exact same meeting, you approved for the city staff to look into the alcohol ordinance, and that's approved. One moved on and one didn't. And the way I read the document is it's with the city manager and staff. I presented to you, and it's in the minutes in the past, that the county uses Granicus for live streaming. $15,000 a year, $25,000 more for closed captioning to make it ADA acceptable. That's $40,000 a year. If the city manager wanted to give the town a Christmas gift, he could do that tomorrow, considering you have a $100,000 discretionary budget that you can spend as you wish, as I'm told. And also, I oppose the way the minutes were written, that we are moving off the agenda. I found out staff was directed to do action minutes. So instead of Soria Lindbergh went up to talk about live streaming, it just says Soria Lindbergh. It gives the future public no representation for what we said, and it is not fair. So when this minutes come back, I strongly suggest they be revised, and you need to fix it because you are suppressing public comment in the future. I'm a nerd. I go back to your documents and I read minutes from other meetings, and I know exactly what someone said. I can request a video to get more detail. But I was shocked to see that the last commission meeting did not have descriptions with comments. And also the last planning and zoning board meeting, huge meeting, did not have any comments. 10 people talked about Terra April. We don't know what they said on paper. You need to watch a video, and we know how hard that is to get. Also, in the last minutes, the exchange during public comment did not represent Commissioner Fletcher and the clerk's exchange about the planning and zoning board appointment. That's on YouTube. For anyone that wants to go watch it, look up Alachua City Commission, November 24th, 2025 meeting, because you are not providing it. Someone has to go watch it themselves. At least it's on their phone now, and I'm going to keep putting those videos up so people can see stuff, but that's not my job. I should not be doing this kind of stuff, but I want people to know about it. The same reason I like the market. People should know about stuff. So the minutes changed without any of you guys knowing, and it's not good for the future. So that's my comment about the agenda.
Hi, I'm Zoe King. I was just going to hit on the live streaming. You guys can just do it through your Facebook account for free. I know GRU does um, their authority board meetings through YouTube. At most, I think it's $20 a month. There's more affordable ways to do it without making it a big deal. Or if you just want to do something in the short run that's affordable and free, and then look at something in the long run, maybe that would be something that would make the community happy. I know that I have done pre-bid meetings and post-bid meetings and simply advertise the Teams meeting link on whichever page that you guys would advertise your things, and everybody was open. It was there, fair and open to the public. So there's other ways to do it for free without having to spend a bunch of money. Just sharing that, and thank you.
We're ready to vote. Commissioner Fletcher,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams,
Aye.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
I vote aye.
All right. The mayor has asked me to proceed with the meeting. So we're ready to approve the reading of proposed ordinances and resolutions.
So moved.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we approve our proposed ordinances and resolutions. Ready to vote. Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
I vote aye, Mayor.
I vote aye.
Okay, motion passed. Alachua Elementary, thank you. You have been so kind to wait for us. Let's give them a hand. Mrs. Williams.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners, mayor, vice mayor, city manager, city attorney. I am Leanne Williams, deputy city clerk. Performing arts offers a human connection like no other. They are a way of expressing thoughts and emotions through a variety of mediums. Tonight, the Mistletones from Alachua Elementary will perform Hanukkah, Oh Hanukkah, and Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. The recommended action is to receive the presentation.
All right, we're ready.
Thank you so much. I'm going to get a picture with the commission if you don't mind. The commission will stand behind the chorus.
Thank you.
Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Have a good night.
You want to put your jacket on? We're going outside.
Thanks so much. Oh, give him a minute. There's nothing like sweet children. All right, as we move ahead special presentations, the Matthew Lewey Proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. I'm Janet Knapp. I'm the Assistant Deputy City Clerk. Matthew Lewey was a former resident of Alachua and Noonan'sville. He served as a mayor, editor, postmaster, justice of the peace, and state legislator. The Alachua Noonan'sville Subcommittee of the Alachua County Community Remembrance Project is here to honor the memory of this remarkable civil rights leader. The recommended action is for City Attorney Kristen Ballou to read the Matthew Lewey Proclamation and for Mayor Welch to present it to the Alachua Noonan'sville Subcommittee of the Alachua County Community Remembrance Project. Thank you.
And we have Mrs. Carol Richardson here from that committee. City Attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a proclamation of the City of Alachua, Florida. Whereas Matthew Lewey's life spanned from December 18th, 1848 to August 12th, 1935, and whereas Matthew Lewey enlisted in the Union Army in 1863 during the Civil War in the 55th Infantry Regiment and was promoted to the rank of non-commissioned officer, and whereas Matthew Lewey moved to Newmansville, present-day Alachua, and served as postmaster from February 19, 1874 to February 6, 1875. And whereas Matthew Lewey entered into wedlock in 1883 to Bessie Chestnut, and whereas Matthew Lewey served as Florida judge, also known as Justice of the Peace, and whereas Matthew Lewey served as mayor of Noonan'sville, also known as Alachua, from 1875 to 1877, and whereas Matthew Lewey served in the Florida House of Representatives since 1882, and whereas Matthew Lewey was the first African-American Florida newspaper editor and began the Gainesville Sentinel in 1887, and whereas in 1884, Matthew Lewey and other Black political leaders created the Independent Party of Florida, the first explicitly biracial political party in Florida's history, and whereas he helped launch the Pensacola streetcar boycott against segregation in 1905, and this was before the civil rights movement of Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks. And whereas Matthew Lewey was named president of the National Negro Press Association, and whereas Matthew Lewey's final resting place is at Mount Pleasant Cemetery in Gainesville, Florida. Now, therefore, Walter Welch, Mayor of the City of Alachua, representing the city and the City Commission, does hereby proclaim December 18th, 2025 as Matthew Lewey Day.
Thank you, Mrs. Richardson.
Yes, so thank you, Carol Richardson, Mayor, Commissioners. On behalf of the Alachua Noonan'sville Subcommittee, thank you so much for this opportunity to come before you and to receive this proclamation on behalf of the committee. And I just want to remind everyone, we are celebrating 200 years of Alachua County history, and we're really proud of what Matthew Lewey did. Not only was he a civil rights leader, but he was a businessman, he was a family man, he loved this community. And if you think about it, 200 years ago, Alachua County was a young county. And we had many people moving from the area, from Camden, South Carolina. And they, we had the plantation life. And a lot of times, we hear those stories and we don't want to talk about it. But the people that came here had a dream and we had a vision. And the person that actually brought him to this area was Josiah T. Walls. And so Mr. Walls and Josiah were very close friends. And they both were part of the political fabric of this community. And they worked with the Chestnut family. They worked with the Hale family. So we're really proud that this is unknown Black history, is actually American history, and it's definitely Alachua County history. And starting next year, we are celebrating 250 years of America's history. So we celebrate all of those that have made what we are today and given us these opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you would wait a moment while we come down and take a picture.
Okay.
Big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all. Okay, here he comes. Fiscal analysis. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney. Tyler Williams, Accounting Manager for the City of Alachua. And tonight, I'm here to present the Fiscal Analysis Report through September 30th of last fiscal year, which is fiscal year 25. With that said, I'll define some of the key terms to be using throughout this presentation. Fiscal year was the period beginning October 1st, 2024, and ending September 30th, 2025. The amended budget is the budget including all changes since the beginning of the fiscal year. Period benchmark is the percentage of the fiscal year that has transpired. At September 30th, that was 100%. Encumbrances are funds committed for future expenses. The breakdown of budget by fund type is displayed here. The general fund and enterprise funds account for about 83% of the total budget. The amended fiscal year 25 budget is $68,954,933. Moving on to the individual fund types, the general fund primary revenue source are taxes, which accounts for approximately 48% of all general fund revenues. The general fund provides the resources necessary to provide for the city's main governmental functions. The amended budget is $20,673,002. Funding sources are at 103%, expenses are at 88%, and encumbrances are at 3%. Moving on to the special revenue funds, the primary current revenue sources are the intergovernmental revenue related to the CRA and the taxes associated with the infrastructure surtax and wild spaces public spaces funds. These three funds account for approximately 92% of the special revenue budget. The amended budget is $4,839,916. Funding sources are at 103%. Expenses are at 30%, and encumbrances are at 5%. Next is the debt service fund with a primary revenue source that is comprised of interfund transfers, which provides all general obligation current debt payments, and currently that is only the Series 2016 bond. The amended budget is $797,657. Sources of funding are at 100%, and expenses are at 100%. The next fund type is the capital project funds. The primary revenue source in this fund type are from intergovernmental sources. The amended budget is $1,540,414. Funding sources are at 4%, expenses are at 3%, and encumbrances are at 6%. The enterprise funds are supported through charges for services or user fees. This fund type encompasses all of the city's utility services. The amended budget is $36,859,984. Funding sources are at 101%, expenses are at 66%, and encumbrances are at 6%. Lastly is the internal service fund type, with primary revenue source being charges for services. These are in the form of transfers from the enterprise fund, as primary purpose is to provide support to enterprise fund activities. The amended budget is $4,243,960. Funding sources are at 101%, expenses are at 81%, and encumbrances are less than 1%. Again, the original budget for fiscal year 25 was originally $67,363,713. The amended budget was $68,954,933. As of the end of September, 99% of funding sources are accounted for, with 70% expended and 4% encumbered. The city's total investment portfolio is just over 1.8 million, with the SBA at approximately 1.3 million, and the money market and CD totaling approximately 553,000. Our cash holdings are just over 29 million. In conclusion, the city's revenues and expenses ended the year in accordance with our fiscal policy. And please keep in mind these are unaudited numbers, as the audit is not finalized. However, the auditors were here on site the past 2 weeks, so you know. The total fiscal year 26 budget looking forward is $67,078,940. And at this time, I'll be happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Questions, commissioners?
Yes. Regarding customer deposit accounts 2.3, I've heard concerns from the public, and this may not be a question you can directly air. It might move over to public works. Is that the correct department? Okay. Public services. There's been discussion of a concept called double deposits. Are you familiar with that?
Mr. Mayor, I have no knowledge of the double deposit and the customer deposits.
Vice Mayor, for the city manager, is there a concept that we at the city implement regarding a term called double deposits?
Could you explain a bit further?
So my understanding is that there is when a person has an account open, the account lapse, and instead of pulling from the deposit that the city collects when the account was originally opened, what happens is they end up having to add pay what they owed there and then add an additional deposit on top of that. That's my understanding. I had a few conversations with this now from various different people, and so I'm just trying to get a little more insight because I'm looking at 2.3 million here, and I'm trying to understand, okay, if that's related to this.
If a customer has any specific question about the utility bill, we'll be more than happy to sit down with them, go through and address that term, double deposit billing.
All right, so we're not familiar with that term.
At this time, no, I'm not familiar. That's
Okay.
utility bill.
All right. Yeah, I think we can. I'll speak with you, and we'll iron out some more of this. Thank you. And then, Vice Mayor, I'll move to accept this presentation from staff.
Vice Mayor, can I just ask a question, Mr. Fletcher? If somebody comes to you like that, why wouldn't we ask that person to reach out to the city? I mean, it sounds like there's so many people that talk to you about so many things, and so now I'm sorry. This is I just don't understand. Anybody that comes to me, I would say, let me give you the number to somebody that works in the department. Ask those questions of them.
So normally, this might entail onto an additional agenda item where trying to access information is a bit difficult.
Okay.
At this point, this is a special presentation, so we don't need a motion.
You don't have to have one.
Okay.
That's correct, Vice Mayor, but I was allowing the public to comment on their city's finance.
Well, it died for a lack of a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Ready for comments from citizens on subjects not on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Kelly Harris, and the hat I'm wearing today is with Josh's Place and the Alachua Business League. And of course, I always want to include the City of Alachua. I'm not speaking for them, but you guys are our partners. I know that you guys have probably heard that we have won the Levitt Music Grant, and we are real excited about it. So I just wanted to come up really quick and just touch base with some of the stuff that we've already done, kind of keep you in the loop. So we've had a couple of committees meet. We are working on our sponsorship committee. We are working on our talent committee, and I have to say, with the help from Damon and some of the rec center and legacy center, they have moved us into a very good direction, and we've got a lot of really good, knowledgeable people. I will say with confidence that I can put on an event. I will say with a lot more confidence, I have no clue how to put on a concert, but we definitely have a lot of minds together. And so we're real excited about it. So we've kind of had a previous meeting, committee meeting, and we've reached out and a little teaser, we might, a lot of the talent committee is looking at possibly having the Air Force Jazz Band be the first entertaining group for us. I know they were supposed to come speak or present at Veterans Day. And so I know that we'll have to let them know by the end of the week. So I did want to just at least put a little teaser in. We've had some people reach out to us from formerly contestants from The Voice. We've had a lot of Levitt groups. And so I will, of course, defer that to the talent team and let them work on a lot of that stuff. But I did want to at least bring in a little bit of good news and let y'all know we are really excited about it. We've been looking at logistics and trying to figure out how we're going to fit everything in. And we've really got a lot of great ideas. So I'll keep you updated as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Hi, Story Lindbergh. Since we couldn't comment on the last item, I'm a little confused, and I just want to paraphrase what I just saw, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Commissioner Fletcher tried to have a motion so the public could comment on Special Presentation C, Fiscal Analysis Report for the fiscal year 24-25 through September 30th, 2025, and he did not get a second motion. Vice Mayor Brown, I believe you said it died on the second, not getting a second motion, so the public couldn't comment on that. And I'm just going to use another 30 seconds to just say, for those watching, if you can't see or follow what's going on, there was not a second for the public to comment on a fiscal analysis report. So that's Vice Mayor Brown, Mayor Welch, Commissioner Ringerson, and Commissioner Williams. And I think it's surprising that the public can't comment about that. The lighting ceremony was excellent, lots of fun. It was so cold the next day. I wish it was cold the same day. My only recommendation, and I'm happy to help volunteer for this next time, is if we could find a water vendor or a booth to give out free water. It was hard to find some water that day. I was unprepared myself. So yeah, great event. Love it every year and looking forward to the parade.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Lee. Now I'm wearing the hat. I'm on the board of the Alachua Chamber. And for the last 3 years, I have been chair of all things Christmas. So I want to thank you for a successful Christmas on Main. It was amazing. We started 3 years ago when I became chair, adding the free family fun activities. So we've had over 30 businesses that set up and kind of provide that community interaction. So super excited that that continues to be successful. So thank you for participating and letting us collaborate with you. Also, I will say that this weekend, Saturday, we also play together at the parade. And so thanking you to be a sponsor of the city and also Waste Pro, who helps us make it a successful event. So please join us this weekend at 11, yes, I wanted to make sure I was saying it correctly. 11, we look forward to having a lot of floats again this year. We also had coordinated with High Springs. 2 years ago, I started coordinating that we have the same theme, and so it has actually really created a successful we've almost doubled in size actually because floats are able to come to our event and then also go to the High Springs float event in the evening. And then the change of time also allowed for people to stick around and maybe have something to eat or buy something at our shops and restaurants on Main Street. And since I brought up restaurants, I will end with just saying that also on Friday night on our Christmas on Main, our new sushi restaurant, Makatori, had a soft opening with some sampling, so that was fabulous. Please come out and visit them. They should be fully open by the end of the month. And thank you again. You guys have a wonderful holiday.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mitch Glazer, San Felasco, Tech City. So I was actually chair of the Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago, and probably the smartest move I ever made was to make that young lady chair of all things Christmas. I also wanted to get in front of all of you and give you a wonderful update. A couple weeks ago, we got final approval before your planning board on Phase 5 of San Felasco Tech City. As you all know, I speak a lot about it being the most sustainable community in the world, which is fantastic, and also the fastest growing tech community in the state of Florida. And what we've created here is it goes without saying almost, but has to be said that nothing like this happens without the cooperation of the community, the leadership and your staff, and the community. Everybody's been super, super supportive of San Felasco Tech City since day one. About 6 years ago, we started. So we got Phase 5 approved. It's a 3,000 square foot CrossFit gym, which is exciting. A young couple is actually taking this on and will be a brand new business for them. They've been in the industry for some time, and so they're branching out on their own, and they're going to be bringing this service to the area. But also beyond that, we, as you know, Alachua Greens is out there in a container, a 40-foot container, all off solar, about 5 gallons of water a day, and the equivalence of growing 3 acres of farmland in that one container. We got approval for 3 containers now. So we're really excited about the expansion for them to be able to do that within this Phase 5 as well. And lastly, within the plan, we have a swimming pool coming. We have volleyball, tennis, pickleball, and bathrooms, and also a covered area with cooking grills and so forth. So it's going to be help rounding out that live, work, play community that we've been striving for. And as you know, we also have 20 new homes going up at the same time right now, which will bring us to 46 residential units. So with the opportunity to get before all of you at the same time and bring that wonderful news, I just thought I would share that with you, and so appreciative of what you do on behalf of the community. I really, really do sincerely appreciate all you do. I hope you have a fantastic Christmas and a wonderful New Year. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we switched item B to come next. Oh, I'm sorry. Appointment to the Planning and Zoning. I skipped. Sorry, Mrs. Williams.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. I am Leanne Williams, Deputy City Clerk. The Planning and Zoning Board has 2 vacant seats. The details of the appointment are in your packet. We received an application at 4:45 on December the 4th. The firewall for the city did not release it to us until 7:45. Therefore, it did not make it into the agenda. The application is in front of you. I passed it out earlier. Since it was received by the deadline, staff recommends an action to accept the application for consideration.
This is Ms. Burgess.
Yes. Yes. She sent it encrypted, and our firewall didn't release it until 7:45.
Madam City Attorney, do we need a motion to accept it?
To add it into your considerations, yes, I would have a motion for that.
Okay, commissioners.
I'll motion to accept it. Bonnie Burgess on the Planning and Zoning Board application.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we accept the application for Miss Bonnie Burgess as an applicant for the Planning and Zoning Board. Any comments?
Good evening. My name is Samantha King. I believe if we're going to allow this application, then we should revisit to last commission meeting. We had a date prior that we were supposed to submit applications. I was the only person that submitted the application, and it was not brought up in the meeting. It was moved to this meeting, and now I have to compete with, I think, now 5 other people, and any other time it would be, I would have competed with myself, and then for the 1 seat, and then these 4 people or these 5 people would have to compete for this 1 seat. So I'd like to bring that up to your attention before you agree to add someone's application. And I thought we had to turn them in by mail or in person.
Commissioners, I'm going to step out for just a moment. In all the chaos, I forgot to bring the ballots. I'll be right back.
Thank you. I guess I don't know who I'm addressing tonight because the mayor's here, but we got the vice mayor's running the meeting. I didn't know that was part of protocol. So I'm not here to, I didn't quite understand what she said about accepting Ms. Burgess's application. But I'm going to go back through because the process for this needs to be clarified because I am an applicant and I did submit my application on time by the deadline of December 4th. But let's remember there was Miss Sloan resigned. Her term ends September 9th, 2027. The city published in 2 consecutive weeks, October 30th and November 6th, for the applications for an opening on the planning and zone based on Ms. Sloan's resignation. There was 1 application received by the city, and it was received by the deadline of November 13th, and that was Ms. Samantha King that just spoke. She responded to the opening created by the resignation of Ms. Sloan. City published properly, there was 1 opening, and she properly submitted her application. That was, the deadline was November 13th for that filling. That was a Thursday. 4 days later, November 17th, Ms. Burgess resigns from, Sandy Burgess resigns from the Planning and Zoning Board. Her term ends October 9th, 2026. Again, city then follows protocol, publishes for 2, but they changed it. They published for 2 openings. There isn't 2 openings. There was 1 new opening. You already published for the 1 opening created by Ms. Sloan. And Ms. King responded to that publishing, that call for applicants, and she met the deadline. So just because Ms. Burgess resigns does not now create 2 openings. It creates 1 additional new opening for a position that the term ends October 9th, 2026. City published November 20th and November 27th. The deadline for applications for that 1 new opening created by the resignation of Sandy Burgess, the application deadline was December 4th. 5 applications were received. Mine is the only one that's date stamped. I don't know how other people submitted their applications. I read that it is supposed to be either sent to the city of Alachua or brought in. And all applications should be date stamped. That should be proper protocol, Mr. Mayor. A couple of seconds, So now there are 5 applications for the Burgess position that has a term ending in October 26, and now we're being asked to add an additional one. You're being asked to add an additional one of somebody who did not come down to submit their application. Well, that's your decision. But the deal here is there was one opening, one applicant responded. That is one appointment. A second opening was created 4 days later. A new publishment went out and people in the community responded. You need to treat these as two separate nominations, terms, and appointments with a separate terms ending in a different time, because the applicants satisfy the remainder of the person who resigns term. So please get that straight. This is not a filling of 2 vacancies by 6 applications. Okay, there was one resignation, one opening, a member of the citizenry applied, met the criteria. Then a whole new opening happened. New applicants submitted their applications by the deadlines. You're being asked to consider somebody else's. That is a separate opening, separate seat. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, a question for the city attorney. Are these 2 positions different?
If you mean, do they have different terms, as was just discussed? Yeah,
Right.
so it'll be 2 seats that have different terms. So
what I'm getting at here is for Ms. Sloan's seat, there was a different term for that than there was for Ms. Burgess's term. Remainder. So if you applied for Ms. Sloan's seat, you knew that there was a different term for that remainder of that seat versus if you applied for Ms. Burgess's.
So from the current, from your most recent advertisement, they were both advertised. So either of those, when you put in your application for this one, it would be for either, unless of course I suppose someone could specify in their application which term they would request.
That is not correct.
That's not right.
That is not correct.
So what I'm trying to understand here is it's okay to move forward in this manner because we just re-advertised?
That is correct. You re-advertised for 2 seats on your planning and zoning board, and 2 seats is what is in front of you today.
And how we handle past advertisements just doesn't matter.
I don't know that I or anyone said that.
Well, do they matter? Because it seems like if we repost it, it doesn't matter what we previously advertised.
That's right.
So as far as the previous advertisement, my understanding was that prior to that making it to the next agenda, there was an additional opening on the planning and zoning board. You have discretion for your staff. Your staff has the discretion to determine that it's in the city's best interest to place before you both of them for expediency purposes, which is my understanding of what occurred.
And how do we determine this discretion? Because it seems like it's unless there is some form of like rules or procedures for this, it seems like it's an ad hoc decision. And my concern is that if we say, okay, a person applied for this one position and we move and we don't like that person, we go and we apply for, have it extended more because it's one person. Or say it's 2 people and then we say, hey, let's extend it further, right? Usually we would have some kind of guiding document that prevents like that type of misinterpretation of what we're doing, right?
In my experience, that's not typical to have a guiding document or some kind of written procedure for that.
How to appoint people to legislative bodies?
So your appointment procedure is for your notice and your advertisement to go out. The specificity with which you've requested, which with you're discussing, is not, in my experience, something that municipalities typically have.
And what we're doing is we're delegating it to staff ad hoc decision.
It's not an ad hoc decision.
Well, it is because you went ahead and you said, okay, here we're advertising it. We're advertising it again because someone happened to resign.
Respectfully, Madam Vice Mayor, I would disagree with that characterization. I would advise that administrative decisions are delegated to the city manager, and the city manager delegates those to your staff. And this is an administrative decision regarding how to place applications before you in the most expedient process possible.
But the most expedient process would have been made last meeting.
That's right.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I would like to. I'm really confused as how we're getting to this, and to me, my understanding is that our PZB is actually making decisions here.
Mr. Fletcher, excuse me a minute. Only one person should be talking, and that's Commissioner Fletcher.
I'm confused as to how we're allowed to how we're handling this process. To me, the process isn't clear. It's very opaque to me. I do agree we need to make sure our PZB is completely filled as fast as possible because the PZB is acting on our behalf, right? They're making decisions on our behalf on why we appoint these people. So I want to make sure that they're completely filled, but I think we need to end up going back and reviewing how we handle this as a commission. I have some concerns as to the process for this because it doesn't seem like there's a standard process, and usually you have a standard process on how to handle these things. And I think it works better for everybody. So I think this might be a topic I'm going to have to bring up in the future.
Okay, we're back to public comments.
Samantha King, I go by Zoe. With respect to everyone in here, I was at the last commission meeting. I brought this up, and if we want to cite being quick and efficient, I brought it up to complete it then, and it got moved to this meeting. I'd also like to point out that, no disrespect to you, but she stated that she went to the planning manager or the planning director and had the discussion. It was never once stated that she went to the city manager to have this discussion. She made it with the planning director. And so even if you pass over what I'm saying now, how do you stop this from if it wasn't me, if it was someone else, how do you stop them from viewing this as discrimination? You know, how do you stop that from someone going and knowing that I believe I'm fully qualified, right? And you saying that, okay, well, now we're going to re-advertise it. We didn't even give her a chance to come up here and speak to you guys because we were going to move the matter over. And now we're going to re-advertise the position that she applied for because we think it's in the best interest of the city. No, she thought it was in the best interest of the city, and the planning manager thought it was in the best interest of the city, but no one heard from me to see what my qualifications were. How is that not a form of discrimination? So I just want to point that out. I understand everyone's position. I am trying to be respectful, but I did show up now for 2 meetings, and now to know that I have to compete with everybody else that applied after the date when I followed and did what was asked of me, I do not think that is fair. And I understand it. We have laws and everything that we have to abide by, but we also have to look at how we present ourselves to the public. And by doing things like this, it puts distrust in the citizens. And I'm not just speaking up for myself, I'm just speaking in general. You put distrust in the citizens because now they don't think you guys follow processes. Now they think that you pick and choose what you want to follow and what you don't. And I don't think that's the precedence you want to set for everyone, especially if you guys are about to start recording and putting these videos out live, because that's there for forever.
Thank you.
Yes, Sori Lindbergh, since this is a motion about adding a person and not who you're picking. City Attorney, can you have you reviewed the advertisements that they put out twice? And in those advertisements for these positions, each time it said you have to come to City Hall or send it in. My question to you, does that negate accepting someone on email, or are we going to change the process so in the future people can go on email and not have to take the time off work to come in person, or count the mail days for their mail have to go to Jacksonville and back? So I have one question about that. And I also want to confirm with the city attorney or city manager, because you've been part of the planning department for many years, there is no process for this. It is up to the staff to pick and choose what they want to do. And I think it doesn't, like Ms. King said, it doesn't seem right. And since I'm not going to speak again about the Planning and Zoning Board, there is an application that looks identical, except for the date from a June application to now. I don't know how that person submitted it, application Highlander. So if it was on email again or scanned, and I did read on one application, Mr. Menderes, they said Planning and Zoning Board is a recommending body. That is true sometimes, but the Planning and Zoning Board makes huge decisions. They voted on a golf course that uses 100,000 gallons of water a day when it runs. The Planning and Zoning Board approved the Chick-fil-A and the restaurant. So it's a very, very big deal. It's not just a recommending body. So I do want to know what happens if someone emails it in, if that wasn't in the rules on the ad. And also, I guess we'll figure it out as we go and see what happens in the precedent.
Hello, I'm Julie Smith. Most of you guys know I applied for the Citizens Advisory Board, and during my 2 weeks that it was advertised, you became mayor and somebody died. Well, guess what? I came in here, they redid it. More people came up. Guess what? I didn't win. But I respected the fact that she went by the protocol, whereas if more positions come available during the application process, I had to sit back and wait 2 more weeks. Nobody came, Fletcher, nobody said anything about it. I took it with, it's just the way that the process works. I did not win. I went home and life goes on. But that is the way that process works within the administrative part of the city. And that is, we don't understand it sometimes. We may not agree with it sometimes, but it happened to me. And I didn't hear even Fletcher or any of this, rhetoric about complaining about the process. But you know what? I just took it because I respected the process. And I don't think if there needs to be something done with the process is changed, it needs to be done uniform, but it shouldn't be changed this time when it was not changed for me. And I'm not in, my application's not there. I just see it from, I went through the same thing and it did hurt, it did burn. But if there's something that needs to be done, it needs to be looked at as a whole, not from one isolated incident to the other, as a whole, an administrative point of view within the city, as to respect the chain of command. She has a job to do. She reports to the city manager and then so forth. That is respect of the chain of command. Although, like I say, I didn't win. I was not happy about the situation, but I respect the protocol that's in place, but it's not in concrete. Everything is subject to change. We have to go by what the city attorney says is by law. And if there is a problem that Mr. Fletcher's brought up, I don't disagree one bit. I think that it should be looked at as a whole against all boards, not just including the planning. It should be the CRA. It should be the citizen advisory. It should be across the board, not just for one or the other. And then that way they can move forward and have a new protocol for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Vice Mayor. So as we can see, this has happened more than once, and there is no actual clear policy as to how to handle it. So it's very opaque, and there's no process. Then I was looking over the notice. Applications may be submitted in person or at City Hall or by mail to the following address. City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department, PO Box 9, Alachua, Florida 32616. Question for the city attorney is whether or not that qualifies for mail received as an email. The PO box was explicitly provided.
It's not listed as the exclusive means. It's listed as ways to provide it. Certainly, I think that it could be added if there's a specific email address that we want to add in, but I would defer to staff regarding previous practice as well.
So if a person were to, I guess the question is, if a person were to see this notice, would they know that you could email it? So that's where I'm not arguing against making sure we have 2 appointments tonight. All right, what I'm saying is we need a defined process to standardize how we handle this, because it's looking like we're having gaps in this. There's been gaps in past times with the PZB. There's issues now, and it seems like we really need to develop a process as to how to handle this and standardize this moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. And I think the motion is to add Body Burgess to the ballot. Mr. Fletcher, your vote, please.
Because it's not clear within our actual public notice, I'm going to have to say no.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
And I vote aye, Mayor.
I vote
You vote aye.
Didn't say.
You say
I don't know how to vote on this because I do apologize. I have my hearing aids worked on; they being adjusted, and that is why I'm not conducting this meeting. I'm hearing bits and pieces of what's being said, so I really don't know how. I'm gonna have to vote nay because I don't know what's going.
all right. It's a 3-2 vote.
Okay.
Ms. Williams, motion carried.
In full disclosure, should we inquire as to how many applications were received by email?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Planning Director?
Madam Vice Mayor, I believe out of, do you have a total of 7, is it? Out of a total of 7, I believe we received 6 of the 7 by email. And as I understand it in the past, I could be off by 1 or 2 there. As I understand it, the practice in the past has also been to accept by email, not just by mail or in person. So.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor, I think we're going to have to add email to these public notices moving forward if we're going to do this.
That's
You're
fine.
ready, Mrs. Williams.
That's fine. Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The city received 7 applications. The names of the applicants are listed in alphabetical order. Oscar Alamo, Bonnie Burgess, Velma Fernandez, Jenny Highlander, Samantha King, William Minadir, and Tamara Robbins. Resolution 2602 has been drafted and will be finalized to reflect the appointment made during tonight's meeting. The applicants have been advised that the commission will consider the item and have been invited to the meeting. I will call them forward in the order they appear before you, should you wish to hear from them. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Oscar Alamo. Bonnie Burgess. Velma Fernandez.
Good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Vice Mayor. How are you, Mr. City Manager and the City Attorney? I just want to clarify that I drop off personally my application, so I feel safe. So I wrote something really quick. I moved here in the city of Alachua in 2023. I'm a very proactive neighbor. In my street, we live very elderly people, veterans. So I think that the vision of being part of this commissioning is very important for me as an activist, as a citizen. So good evening again, and thank you for considering my application. My name is Velma Fernandez, and I am proud to call the city Alachua my home. I cherish this community from its historic charm to its welcoming spirit, and I am dedicated to serving in ways that support both our current needs and our long-term visions. Alachua is a place where families flourish, neighbors connect, and history can be felt in every quarter. This sense of place motivates me to contribute to our city's future with care and dedication. If permitted to serve, my focus will be on fostering balanced, forward-thinking growth aligned with the city's comprehensive goals. As an Alachua continues to attract new residents and investments, careful planning becomes crucial. We must ensure that our infrastructure, public services, and community identity stay strong as we embrace progress. Effective planning enables development to thrive in ways that support quality of life, boost our local economy, and preserve the character residents cherish. Across Florida, we have seen examples of growth moving quickly without adequate long-term planning, leading to congestion, strained infrastructure, and a gradual loss of community identity. Alachua has the opportunity and responsibility to grow more intentionally. By ensuring that development is well integrated, harmonious, and consistent with city vision, we can avoid the challenges other regions have experienced. I am committed to helping guide decisions that reinforce our community in a balanced and sustainable way, so that future generations inherit cities that is vibrant, welcoming, thoughtfully planned, and that preserves its history and natural resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Highlander.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jenny Highlander, and my family and I have lived in Alachua for the last 17 years, and I'm also a fourth-generation native Floridian. My husband and I have raised our children here, worked here, built businesses here, and this community has shaped our lives in many ways. I previously spent 12 years working at a biotech company in Progress Park and had an integral role in creating the celebration of biotechnology and promoting the economic development of our community. Over the past decade, my work has been in real estate, and I've seen firsthand how planning decisions play out in real life, the good, the bad, and everything in between. I understand how development patterns affect traffic, schools, home values, and the character of our community. It's given me perspective on how important it is to make thoughtful and practical decisions for the future. I believe it's important that our Planning and Zoning Board is made up of people who know this community, people who have lived through the growth. Over the years, I've served on the Irby School Advisory Council, volunteered, in our schools through junior achievement and PTO. I've advocated for road repairs and safer school crossings for our students. Those experiences matter because they've kept me grounded in what people living here actually need. My reason for applying for this position is simple: to ensure that our city has balanced, intentional planning that preserves what makes Alachua special. I would be honored to have the chance to serve my community in this capacity. And I just wanted to clarify the comment about my application. I did originally apply in June. I had a family matter, and I looked at the list of names of people that were also applying at the time, and I felt like you guys had some good candidates. I withdrew my application at that time, and then I reapplied. I fully admit I used the same application and changed the date because I had already written it. So that was the reason I had the application date on there. But I did submit it on time, and I did do it by email. I have no connection really with the city, so I'm certain that somewhere an email address was listed for applications because I wouldn't have known how to submit otherwise. So I don't know where, but I do believe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Samantha King.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Samantha King, but I go by Zoe. So I believe I would be an excellent fit for the Planning and Zoning Board because I bring a balanced, fact-based perspective grounded in public service and professional experience. I have a broad, well-rounded understanding of how every decision we make impacts the overall health, safety, and growth of the community. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran with a strong sense of service, of duty, integrity, and accountability, values that I carry into every decision. Over the years, I've served in multiple capacities within local government and community infrastructures, including the County of Volusia, the Villages Community Development District, and GRU, as well as the City of Gainesville. These roles have allowed me to see planning decisions ripple across departments affecting public safety, transportation, utilities, emergency services, and long-term maintenance. My work has often required evaluating large-scale projects from every angle: cost, compliance, logistics, environmental impact, and public benefit. I hold a master's degree in transportation planning, a master's degree in logistics management, a bachelor's degree in business administration, along with advanced certifications in public contract management, public procurement, as well as the use of grant funds and as well as FEMA operations. This combination of education and hands-on experience has given me a strong understanding of how development, infrastructure, and public investment must align to create sustainable growth. I also bring perspective from my time working alongside emergency management and EMS operations, where I learned firsthand the importance of accessibility, traffic flow, infrastructure readiness, and protecting lives and properties. This experience has helped me evaluate not only the technical and financial aspects of development, but also its real-world impact on public safety and the quality of life. Transparency is something I take serious. I believe the trust and the respect of our residents are earned through our communication, accountability, and fairness in the process. I take pride in doing my research, reviewing the facts, and forming balanced, informed opinions based on evidence, not personal interest. Finally, I want to note that I have no businesses, land holdings, or financial interests that would be affected by the decisions the board makes. My sole motivation for serving is civic responsibility. I stand to gain nothing personally except the opportunity to help my community grow and develop in a fair, transparent, and responsible manner. I believe every decision should be based on facts, research, and long-term well-being of the residents. My goal is to bring a fair, well-informed, and ethical voice to the table, one focused on what's the best for the community today and sustainable for our generations to come.
Thank you.
William Minadier.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. Bill Minadier, Engineering. I've grown some roots here. I fully understand the planning and zoning aspect of what goes on in the city. Moved to the city here in 2018. Been a resident since then. I currently serve on the board of the Alachua Chamber. I'm also a Rotarian, currently vice president of our chapter, and got a bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering. So the planning and zoning aspect of what the planning and zoning board would be subject to making decisions on is something that I deal with every day. I've been in the business for 20 years. I served on the planning and zoning board from 2022 until earlier this year. I feel like I'm a great asset for the planning and zoning board and would serve the citizens well in making decisions. We have a land development code that we go by that sets the rules for all landowners, and that's backed up by the comprehensive plan. It's black and white, and so making decisions is pretty easy if you're familiar with that aspect. So I look forward to the opportunity to serve again. I enjoyed my time when I served for the past 3 years, and again, look forward to doing it again. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Tamara Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Tamara Robbins, and I submitted an application for the position vacated by Ms. Burgess that would have a term ending in October of 2026. That's when I got my application and by that deadline. So I applied for this job, this position, this opportunity, because I believe the citizens deserve a voice at the table. We need the public needs a seat on the planning board, and it's actually been delegated by you guys as the local planning agency. And the term that, from my witnessing of over 30 years of the planning and zoning board, is that it is more of a rezoning board. And it should embrace the term of being the identity of a local planning agency. And that is not what happens with that board. It is essentially a pass-through from what the developers go into City Hall and fill out an application. It is developer application driven. And it goes through the staff and it ends up before the Planning and Zoning Board for a vote of approval and recommendation, if not final decision. And I think that needs to be emphasized, that this is not a recommending board only. This is a board that makes some very serious final decisions. Like was mentioned earlier, the golf course, final decision by an appointed board. Not one elected official voted on that. That's kind of unheard of. Even the applicant was like, serious? This is the final vote? We don't have to go before the commission? Nope. So the planning board, in my opinion, needs to embrace the planning process. The evaluation and appraisal report, the process for the EAR, for the comprehensive plan, starts next year. That's a state-required every 7-year review process of the city's comprehensive plan. Every municipality and county has to do it. It is time that this planning board embrace the EAR process and we bring in the citizens of this community and we see what the citizens want for the long-range outlook for their community. The public is left out. The developers are well represented. So I'm applying to get the public an opportunity to be heard and be listened to, be considered in decisions. And it isn't easy, as was previously stated by an applicant. It is not cut and dry. The LDRs, the land development codes, I have seen numerous applications by developers, lots of staff-initiated amendments, and staff-initiated and developer-initiated comp plan amendments and LDR amendments. Never once have I seen a citizen-initiated LDR change or a comp plan change. Never. It's always initiated by the developers who stand to make money, and they want money to make money here, right? And the citizens are left out until it ends up in this public hearing. But months go by of backroom negotiations and planning and strategizing and looking at how you can change the LDRs to make sure that their densities are the way they want them. And then it comes through and the Planning and Zoning Board usually gives it a nod and wow, away they go. And the citizens are most of the time left sitting there with their mouths open like, what the heck just happened? And lots of times the members of the Planning and Zoning Board, they don't really quite understand what happened either. And that's part of the problem, is that there are no workshops, there's no deep understanding of what is actually happening. Those LDRs are almost impossible to sort out if you go through and read the whole LDRs. So I'm going to wrap it up. I'm here to apply to give the citizens a voice, and I won't stop doing that whether you appoint me or not. But it is time the citizens are brought in, the EAR process, you all need to be involved, the citizens need to be involved, and of course, the local planning agency needs to be involved in the EAR process. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will now administer the ballot process. This ballot is a vote for a maximum of 2.
Vice Mayor, how do we know which one's being the one we're voting for is for 1 year and the other one we're voting for is 2 years?
Mr. Commissioner Fletcher, that decision will be made by this board after you vote. And I apologize, the ballot was very long. Your signature's on the back side, the second page. Okay, if you will just give me a moment to tally the vote. wait. Okay. Oscar Alamo has 0 of 5 votes. Bonnie Burgess has 0 of 5 votes. Velma Fernandez has 1 of 5 votes. Jenny Highlander has 3 of 5 votes. Samantha King has 1 of 5 votes. William Minadier has 4 of 5 votes. And Tamara Robbins has 1 of 5 votes. Jenny Highlander and William Minadier have a majority. Therefore, you can appoint them. Just a moment. The recommended action is to appoint 2 members to the Planning and Zoning Board and adopt Resolution 2602 to be finalized to include the names of the appointed members. And at that time of the motion, we can determine who you would like to place on the expiring in 2006 and the one expiring in 2007.
Commissioners, we need a motion.
Would either of the applicants prefer
We
a
can do
date?
that.
I think
Mhm.
that would be
You can
my
ask.
first question, if they preferred only 1 year or 3 year, or they have no preference.
Well, it's 1 or 2 years.
I mean, 1 or 2, I'm sorry.
Correct.
So, Miss Jenny, or
I'd have a preference for the shorter term just because I have children in school, and I think it'd probably be wise to do a shorter term.
So Jenny Highlander for 2026 and Bill Minadier for 2027.
motion.
I'll make a motion for Jenny Highlander for the Planning and Zoning for 2026 and Bill Minadier for a 2-year term of 2027, and adopt Resolution 2602 to be finalized and included in the names appointed.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded that we accept Jenny and Bill for the 2 vacant positions. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Rinkerson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor.
Mayor Welchbro, aye.
That's a 5-0 vote. Thank you so much.
Thank you for everybody that applied.
Yes, and congratulations to Jenny and Mr. William, and thank you to everyone that applied. All right, we are ready for public hearing and ordinances. Ordinance 26-01.
Madam Vice Mayor, this is Ordinance 26-01, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the amendment of Subpart B of the City of Alachua Code of Ordinances, Land Development Regulations, LDRs. Amending Section 4.4.4A2 relating to manufactured homes as accessory dwelling units in the agricultural A and residential single-family 1 RSF1 zone districts, providing a repealing clause, providing severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Ladies, could you step outside? Ms. Lee, could you all? Thank you. All right, Carson.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, and Madam City Attorney. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner with the Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk. This is the second reading for a legislative item, Ordinance 26-01, application number PTAL 25-0001. As we've just heard this at the last City Commission meeting, I'll try to go through this briefly. This item is a staff-initiated text amendment regarding Section 4.4.482 of the city's land development regulations, which relates to the use of mobile, manufactured, and travel trailer/recreational vehicle homes as accessory dwelling units. The purpose of this amendment is to clarify the existing standard, which reads, quote, "Mobile homes, recreational vehicles, and travel trailers shall not be used as accessory dwelling units," end quote. The planning department has always interpreted that term mobile home in this section to include manufactured home and any off-site construction home, full stop. However, staff wishes to clarify the standard to communicate that interpretation more clearly, while also giving an additional allowance to allow manufactured homes as accessory dwelling units in the agricultural A and RSF 1 residential single-family dwelling 1 zone districts. The proposed amendment would read, quote, "Mobile homes, manufactured homes, parenthesis, except those located in the A or RSF-1 districts, close parenthesis, recreational vehicles and travel trailers shall not be used as accessory dwelling units," end quote. That would accomplish both of our goals there for the clarification, but also to allow them as accessory dwelling units in the A and RSF-1 zone districts. To be clear, if a manufactured home were to be used as an accessory dwelling unit, it would still have to comply with all of our manufactured home standards, including setbacks, excuse me, minimum size, maximum size, material usage, building massing, and so on and so forth. The amendment has been evaluated for consistency against specific goals, objectives, and policies in the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that demonstrate consistency are located in the future land use and housing elements. A full analysis is available in the staff report. Section 2.4.1E1 of the city's LDRs establishes the standards with which all text amendments to the LDRs must be found compliant. These standards are consistent with comprehensive plan, consistent with ordinances, changed conditions, community need, compatible with surrounding uses, development patterns, effect on natural environment, and public facilities. A full evaluation is available in the staff report, and the application was found to be consistent with all of the standards. If you have any specific questions, we can get into those after the presentation. On November 18th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Board held a duly advertised public hearing and voted 3-0 to transmit the amendment to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve. At your last City Commission meeting on November 24th, you voted 4-0 to adopt Ordinance 26-01 upon first reading and schedule second and final reading for tonight. And staff recommends that the City Commission find the proposed text amendment to the City of Alachua Land Development Regulations to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and adopt Ordinance 26-01 upon second and final reading. Went through that kind of quickly, but if you guys have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Is there a motion?
Madam Vice Mayor, I move that this commission finds the proposed text amendment to the City of Alachua Land Development Regulations to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and adopt Ordinance 26-01 upon second and final reading.
I'll second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any comments?
Tamara Robbins. I'm wondering, I was at the first reading of this, and Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Williams brought up the confusion about the whole term mobile home and manufactured home, and it was interesting that mobile homes are essentially structures that were built before, I think, like 1976 or something. I doubt whether there's many of those around. I just don't understand why you wouldn't just strike that out of the code. Why even have mobile home in there? I mean, because I don't think the language makes it any clearer. And also, it seems like I remember there was a size limit. The structures had to be, and perhaps Mr. Carson could clarify that. It seemed like they had to be 20 feet wide, or there was a size limit. I don't understand why we're putting size limits on accessory dwelling units. If they're following the code requirements for the primary structure, why are we putting a size limit on them? Like, there are They're small, like manufactured homes that are essentially maybe 300 or 400 square feet. And people make little communities out of them as secondary places. I don't think you should be putting a limit on what the size of the unit should be. It's counterproductive. Thanks.
Anybody else? Are we ready to vote? Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor.
I vote aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Mr. Carson.
Madam Vice Mayor, this next item is a quasi-judicial item.
If you plan to speak on this item, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Is this working? Okay. One moment. Doesn't want to ever load when I want it to. All right, the first item of business that we want to get out of the way is whether or not there have been any ex parte communications in this matter. So we'll want to go down the line, starting with Commissioner Fletcher. Just a reminder, ex parte communications are any communications outside of a public hearing.
No.
Commissioner Williams.
No, I have not.
Commissioner Rickerson.
No.
Madam Vice Mayor.
No.
And Mr. Mayor.
No.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good evening again, Commissioners. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner for the City of Alachua. Resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This hearing is a quasi-judicial item, application number PPP 25-0002, known as the Amendment to the Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat. This item is a request by NV5 Incorporated, who's the agent on behalf of Fletcher Development LLC, the property owner, to rephase and alter the total number of lots on the preliminary plat originally approved on September 26, 2022 by the City Commission. As provided for in the city's land development regulations, the applicant will have the opportunity to present first prior to staff's presentation.
Good evening. I am Nicola Cowab from NV5. We do not have a presentation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty then, we'll move right along. Good evening again, Commission. This application is a request by NV5 Incorporated, applicant and agent on behalf of the property owner, Fletcher Development LLC, for an amendment to the previously approved Fletcher Trace Major Subdivision Preliminary Plat. The amendment proposes a rephasing element and, more substantially, a reduction in the number of single-family attached lots with an increase in the single number of single-family detached lots. That would be a total net decrease in the number of lots. The approximately 118.2 acre subject property is generally located southeast of County Road 235 and north of Northwest 110th Avenue, seen here on this vicinity map in the black and white hatched border. For your reference, north is the top of the map. The red line is the city's municipal boundary, which does share a boundary with this subject property. County Road 235 is the diagonal north frontage of the subject property. County Road 235A is about here. Here we have the Dollar General Distribution Center, and here we have Savannah Station, phases 1A and 2. This is the originally approved preliminary plat, and I'd like to draw your attention to the center portion of it right here. This is what is currently approved today, which you'll notice these are single-family detached lots. They're slightly larger. And all of these are attached lots, which would be something akin to a townhome, but each lot still has its own individual property ownership. That is being proposed to take those single-family attached lots, the majority out. Phase 2 would remain unchanged as it's currently been permitted. And the future phases that have been reordered would be changed to single-family detached lots, which is completely within lines of the planned development that was approved. And this is the overall. I would also like to note that there are no changes proposed to the roadway network layout or the stormwater management facility locations. The connection points to 235 would remain the same. This clicker really does not like people tonight. In total, the number of single-family attached lots would be reduced from 128 to 28, and the number of single-family detached lots would increase from 344 to 410. There would be a net reduction of 34 total lots. On September 4th, 2025, the applicant held a neighborhood meeting as required by the city's land development regulations. All property owners within 400 feet of the subject property were notified, and notice of the meeting was published in a newspaper of general circulation. Materials submitted by the applicant indicate that the meeting was attended by no members of the public. The application has been evaluated against specific goals, objectives, and policies in the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that demonstrate consistency with the application are located in the future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, and conservation open space elements. I would like to note that the pre-existing approved preliminary plat was found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and that this full analysis was solely dedicated to the proposed amendment. The application was evaluated regarding the environmental features listed here on the screen. I would note that gopher tortoises were known to be on the subject property during the approval of the existing preliminary plat. A condition regarding gopher tortoises, specifically requiring gopher tortoise surveys, was part of the original approval, and those would remain in effect as part of this. There were no other environmental concerns on the site. Section 2.4.10G3E of the city's land development regulations establishes the standards with which all preliminary plat applications, including amendments thereto, must be found compliant. The application was reviewed for and found to comply with the standards. A full evaluation is available in the staff report. However, I will briefly go through the standard. The proposed amendment has been reviewed against and found to comply with all applicable standards in Article 7, Subdivision Standards, and PD Ordinance 22-10, including standards for density, intensity, lot size, pedestrian network, and utilities. A public facilities impact analysis was conducted for this application, the findings of which are included in the staff report. There are no concerns related to public facilities impacts at this time, and this amendment would actually lower the expected impact on public facilities for potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, recreation, and public schools. There is a negligible increase on transportation by a couple trips a day. This preliminary plat is a final PD plan. A final PD plan is a final development order, and as such, concurrency would be reserved. We would update the previous concurrency reservation. On November 18th, 2025, the Planning and Zoning Board voted 3-0 to transmit the application to the City Commission with a recommendation to approve, which brings us to today, where staff recommends that the City Commission find the application for Fletcher Development, LLC, to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the land development regulations, and approve the application subject to the two conditions found in Exhibit A and located on page 22 of the staff report. For your reference, those two conditions are solely stating that the previous approval conditions still apply. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions, and the applicant is still here if you have any questions of them as well.
Questions, commissioners? All right.
I'll go ahead. I'll move based upon the competence, substantial evidence that's presented before this commission and the staff recommendation that this commission finds the applicant for Fletcher Development LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan in compliance with the land development regulations, and approve the applicant for Fletcher Development LLC subject to two conditions found in Exhibit A and are located, on page 22 of the staff report.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Comments?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Samantha King. I go by Zoe. I do want to say that I am in agreement to reduce the number of homes within this subdivision. Do you mind putting that up on the map? I want to show you something about this subdivision. I want to note that once the subdivision is built out, you're looking at about an additional 4,000 trips a day on that road. The transportation study was from 2022. Since then, Savannah Station has been fully built out. That wasn't factored in during that time. So I don't have a pointer, but if you are familiar with the black-white area, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so this right here is the subdivision. This road right here, there's no way to expand either side. You have your railroad tracks here, you have subdivisions here, here, here. There's no way off of 235 until you get to here. And then again, there's no way off of 235 till you get up to the split where the gas station is. And there's no way out of this subdivision except for here and here. Same thing with this subdivision and this subdivision. This right here is 75, so that's an underpass. So I say all that to say I do agree with reducing it, but I understand that it's already set, but it's not enough. If any of you have ever gotten on that road and you go out there, you'll see that there's no sidewalks except for right out front of where the subdivision is being built. You have children that sit on the bus stop here and here on the dirt road, and you have semi trucks running up and down this road at all hours of the night, going in and out. There is a traffic crossing over a railroad crossing right here that the semi trucks cannot make that turn. This company or the developer did repave that section, but since then the railroad track signage has been ran over twice within the last, I believe, 2 months, taking it out. I have also been on the impacted because there's been an accident on the road and I can't get to my house, which is in Savannah Station. So I just want you guys to take that in consideration when you guys go here and vote to reduce this. The amount of traffic that is on that road is not conducive to add 430 additional homes. It's going to have a huge impact on that road. I understand it's a county road, but when we make decisions like that, while it's not a city road, we put that responsibility on the county, and the county's already shown in the past that they can't keep that maintenance on that road. So please do reduce it.
Tamara Robbins. There were people that spoke to this issue at the Planning and Zoning Board hearing because of the traffic on that road. I'm sure most of you have traveled that stretch. The road is in absolutely tore up condition. The trucks barrel in there. The rock trucks from Newberry come up through there. And then, of course, there's the container trucks that come from the warehouses. And there's no sidewalks, and it's on and on. It's just, as Ms. King just stated, it's just horrible. And I didn't even think about the idea that, like, if there's an accident on the road, she can't even get to her house because there's no way to go around and go in a different direction. I mean, she could, I guess, if she wanted to go to Newberry and come back up, which that's, of course, not convenient. So, there's intergovernmental, the Alachua's comp plan has an intergovernmental coordination unit section in there. I'm just wondering you're supposed to reach out and work with other government agencies when you make decisions about anything development-wise that impacts the other municipalities or the county. And in this case, the road networks that you guys continue to approve developments that do exactly this. They pack the roads, they tear them up, and the county's saying, hey, we have a whole county of road network that we only have so many dollars to keep the roads improved. And when you keep approving developments, especially when you're going to let I mean, Newberry did it too. You're going to allow these heavy trucks on these residential and essentially farm roads, is what they are. Then you're not following the comp plan. You're supposed to have intergovernmental coordination. You're supposed to work with DOT, other governmental agencies, so that impacts like this are not negatively impacting not only the budget, but the lives of the people that live in the surrounding community and on the other communities. And you're not doing that. This is not in compliance with the comp plan. Otherwise, you would have an agreement. You would have an intergovernmental agreement with the county and the DOT and any other governmental agency that this decision could impact their budgets or the people in it. So I don't think you should be doing this. I mean, yeah, it's down. You're reducing the amount, but the road is not in a condition to handle it. And also, have you ever thought of reaching out intergovernmentally and talking about speed limits? I don't know what part of that road becomes under city jurisdiction versus county jurisdiction, but the speed limit is probably 55 on that road. And when those trucks come barreling in at that corner by the gas station, I'm telling you, they are roaring in. And you should be working on whatever agency you need to partner with and coordinate with, and get the speed limit lowered on the roads that are coming into this city, because it's putting everyone's lives in danger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Sori Lindberg. I just want to note while the map is up, there's 13 phases to Fletcher Trace. We've done 3 phases, right?
3 have been permitted.
3 are permitted. So you see all that space behind it? It's going to turn into more places. Hopefully the roads accommodate it, or, we can just throw our hands up and say it's the county road. So can you imagine 10 more phases? So I encourage everyone to pursue their roofing or real estate license, because you're going to be really busy very soon. Maybe you can work with the county to lower that speed limit. I go on that road every day, and it's really sad to hear that there's children sitting on the edge. We don't want an accident. It's really scary. So, yep. So 3 out of 13. So 10 more to go through planning and zoning. If they're under 80,000 square feet, I don't know if everyone knows that. I was surprised. And things only come to you if it's over 80,000 square feet. So big stuff going on.
Others? All right. Are we ready to vote? Commissioner Fletcher.
Can I address a couple?
I'm sorry.
As the Alachua NV5, just restating my name for the record, just to address a couple of the concerns raised. When we permitted phases 1 through 3 for construction, we did have to get an Alachua County Public Works permit to connect to CR 235. And as part of that permit, we will be putting in sidewalks as well as several turn lanes, and the entire stretch of 235 in front of our project will be repaved.
Is it done?
Ma'am, address the commission.
Sorry. But that was a condition of our approval to connect to CR 235.
Vice Mayor, I have a question again for. So there's 13 phases. How much growth is that expected off of the current amount? If there's 13 planned phases for this.
The 13 planned phases include all of the 400. I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Okay, so it's the total amount that we're seeing right now. It's just
Yes.
you're going to go through building that master plan in 13 different phases.
Yes, and each phase will have to go through construction plan approval.
And how many housing units is that?
Total?
Yes.
Do you think you had the number on the? I know it's 430 something, but the exact number escapes me. I'm sorry.
It is 410 total single-family detached lots and 28 single-family attached lots for a total of 438 units.
And that's with the change we're approved.
That is with a reduction of 34 units. Currently permitted is 438 plus 34, so 472.
That's 410, 28. Right. That's what you said, 410, 28.
That's what this amendment would propose, 410 detached and 28 attached.
And they're all part of the 13 phases. There's not...
that is included in all 13 phases, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we're not going to see an additional part of that phase for another 250 or 200. Like we know now that this road, with your discussions and your agreement with the county, that was for this entire thing, right? Not a specific single phase.
Yes, that would include all phases. If we were to add additional lots, we would have to go, we would have to get another preliminary plat approved.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Commissioner Fletcher?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
Commissioner Rinkerson?
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor?
Aye.
And the motion passed. Thank you. And we're ready for item C. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, this item is also quasi-judicial.
Mrs. Williams?
Please raise your right hands if you plan to speak on this item. Do you swear or affirm your testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, same as before. First item of business is ex parte communications. We'll go down the line. Commissioner Fletcher?
No.
Commissioner Williams?
No.
Commissioner Wickerson?
No, ma'am.
Madam Vice Mayor?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
No.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening again, Commissioners. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner for the record. My resume is on file in the Office of the City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing. Application number PSP 25-0007, known as the Westside Commons Infrastructure Plan. This item is a request by Alachua Acquisitions, LLC, applicant and agent on behalf of the property owners, Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ, Incorporated. The infrastructure plan proposes the construction of 3 stormwater management facilities, cross-access drive aisles, sidewalks, and sanitary sewer facilities for shared use between 3 commercial lots, generally located at 16313 Northwest US Highway 441. I would also like to note that Interplan, I believe it's also an LLC, is an authorized agent as well, and I believe they are the ones present. As this is a quasi-judicial hearing, the applicant will have the opportunity to present first if they have a presentation.
Good evening, Christopher Blurton with Interplan LLC. We do not have a presentation planned, but I am here to answer any questions that the Commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right back up. Good evening again, Commissioners. Maybe for the last time. We'll see. As noted, the Westside Commons Infrastructure Plan proposes the installation of shared common infrastructure on an approximately 5.07 acre subject property located at 16313 Northwest US Highway 441. That subject property, shown here in the black and white hatched border, may be better recognizable to you as the northwest corner of US 441 here and Northwest 173rd Street, also known as 235A. Not shown on this aerial, but currently up to date, currently open, we have the Wawa and the Chick-fil-A and the Firestone, as well as the Main Street Urgent Care across the street. For your reference, here we have Santa Fe Ford, Santa Fe High School, and Publix. This red line is the city's municipal boundary, so it does share a border with the enclave of Santa Fe Hills. Keep in mind that this map has now been rotated, so north is now the right side of the screen. Santa Fe Hills is off in this direction. 441 is running east to west. 235A running north to south. The Wawa would be on this corner of the intersection. Santa Fe High School would be on this corner of the intersection. I would want to point out the 3 stormwater management ponds, the largest of which is in the rear. Most of the trees here are proposed to remain. Some are proposed to be removed and mitigated for on-site. There's also a smaller set of stormwater management facilities here and here. A little bit of a light line weight, but going between those two is a cross-access drive aisle that encircles the entire property with an access point onto US 441, which would be right in and right out only, and an access point onto Northwest 173rd Street, County Road 235A, also right in, right out only, with a traffic separator to help prevent left turns in. Also of note, it's kind of hard to see here as well, but you can see this dashed line there, and then here. Those delineate the proposed commercial lots. So this would be one commercial development. This would be a second commercial development. This would be the third commercial development. Parking, lighting, and a majority of landscaping, as well as water, would be installed as part of individual site plans for those lots. There is some landscaping proposed here for mitigation and buffering, though. The application has been reviewed for consistency with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan. Specific goals, objectives, and policies that support the application are located in the future land use, transportation, community facilities, and conservation open space elements. The application has been found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and a full analysis with those specific goals, objectives, and policies is available in the staff report. An environmental conditions analysis was conducted with the findings included in the staff report. For the items listed here on the screen, there were no concerns related to environmental conditions on the site, as it is a pretty developed area already. The application has been reviewed for compliance with the city's land development regulations, the findings of which are available in the staff report. Section 2.4.9E2 establishes the standards with which all infrastructure plans must be found compliant. They're listed here on the screen, but I'm briefly going to go through each of those with you. Consistency with the comprehensive plan, we just went over that. It was found to be consistent by staff. Development and design standards. The application has been reviewed against and found to comply with all applicable standards in Article 6 of the LDRs. Subdivision standards. The application has been reviewed against and found to comply with all applicable standards in Article 7. No plat is proposed as part of this application, and staff is recommending one condition relating to the establishment of an owners association prior to a certificate of completion being issued. That would be to manage all of the shared infrastructure. Complies with all other relevant laws, ordinances, regulations, and local requirements, which the applicant has been found to be consistent with all other relevant laws, ordinances, regulations, and local requirements by staff. Dedication of public right-of-way. The application does not propose the dedication of any public right-of-way. These are for cross-access driveways. A lot of times with infrastructure plans, we do see a dedication of public right-of-way. This one's not that. The only public infrastructure the city will be taking on is a short extension of sanitary sewer gravity main. That'll be dedicated via a public utility easement. There's a condition related to public utility easements as well as the cross-access easement between those proposed commercial lots included in the staff report. Staff recommends that the City Commission find the application for Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and approve the infrastructure plan subject to the 4 conditions in Exhibit A and located on page 17 of the staff report. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is still present, or I can answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Yes. So this is only for infrastructure?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
All right. So my question is, what vested rights are we asserting by allowing for the building of infrastructure before we understand what is fully being built here?
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to our city attorney.
So what you were, in approving this application or denying this application, the vested rights that you're talking about are exactly what you see in the building. So you're approving the appropriateness of these specific pieces of infrastructure that are outlined to you.
Right. And my question, it goes from there, is that these specific pieces of infrastructure are designed around what will be built there. So when we talk about impermeable surfaces, right, our stormwater management needs to be built to accommodate for that, right? And so what I'm seeing is we have an idea of what we're trying to build, what the maximum is of whatever we've determined the impermeable surface is for our stormwater management. And so now they have that. And then my question is, when they come back, they go and say, well, you approved us for this much, therefore we're allowed to build that much. Because we've already spent the money building up and investing in the land to handle that. So I'm trying to understand what rights are we're giving when we approve an infrastructure plan for this, and having them pay what I assume like hundreds of thousands of dollars to do. If we come back and they say, well, we want to do this because our infrastructure plan allows for that, and we say, but that's not what we want here.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So on the first off, there are no public infrastructure capacity reservations as part of this application. Infrastructure plans do not reserve capacity for any utilities. So that's the first thing. There would, and Madam Attorney can correct me if I'm wrong.
Agreed.
Okay. So that they wouldn't have any vested rights in that regard. And then in terms of stormwater management specifically, that is also through a final development order, which this is not. This is a preliminary development order. And there's an additional layer that the Suwannee River Water Management District is really the end-all be-all on the stormwater capacity.
So what I'm hearing is this is the first step?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So we actually have all three applications for these lots. They can't come forward until this because they wanted to use shared infrastructure, specifically the stormwater management. Instead of providing individual stormwater management ponds on each of those, they had to come in with an infrastructure plan.
So this isn't by itself right now. Like we already received, the city already has in possession other applications on how this infrastructure relates to what is being planned.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And in pre-application conference meetings, we received a preliminary sketch of the, not a final layout, but a proposed layout. But now that we have all three applications, that's not a guarantee that those are what the developer builds there, but we do have those applications.
Mr. Mayor, I'm pretty sure I asked this what was going to be developed or if they had an idea, and I'm just curious if it's still the same idea then, as far as maybe some offices and a small, like I think Chipotle was said or something like that. I mean, this piece of property I looked at years ago too, across from Santa Fe High School. I think it's great that this opportunity, I think I said that before too, that kids can go across, get a job. I mean, Chick-fil-A has, I think they're up to 22 high school students that work there now. So I'm just curious if it's still the same kind of idea that you guys are still thinking, not a...
I know, Commissioner, that was a few months ago. It was actually, I believe that was when the new mayor was sworn in, actually, when the vote for the rezoning and the comprehensive plan amendment was taken, the final vote, and approved for this particular parcel. I don't remember exactly what the plan was at that point, but I believe it's pretty similar. As Mr. Crockett mentioned, the three site plans for the three lots are now in the city's possession. They are in review. At least two of them are in review. The third is pending this hearing, I believe. But right now, we're looking at from east to west, from the school to the west. We're looking for Chipotle. That's the first lot. And again, that site plan is in review. There is a dental office in the middle. And then on the end, on the west side, there is a Dutch Brothers coffee shop. So those are the three uses that are currently in the city's possession. And I guess, Commissioner Fletcher, just very quickly to speak to your point about, and I think the entitlement question, I guess, is answered. This really doesn't provide any entitlements for trips or square footage. In terms of stormwater, what we would typically do is design the stormwater ponds to a maximum impervious surface ratio that could be built at a later time. In this particular case, we've got a very good idea, obviously now pretty much a concrete idea of what's going to be built there. So we have built some fluff into the retention ponds, but essentially we've reverse engineered those ponds to be as large as they need to be to support that development that we've got out there. Again, with some fluff in them in case, plans change or they decide to come back and put in another parking space or put in outdoor seating or something like that.
And I bring up the vested rights on this because my understanding is the the road rating for that that segment, because we had this discussion on when we were trying to change the zoning about it, is setting it over, the what was it, the 100%, and we said it's not, we can always go, 100%, we're supposed to be doing stuff, but it's not a hard rule for us to follow. And I just want to make sure that it sounds like it's going to be something that's more reasonable, but I still see I want to be able for us to have a discussion about, okay, is this actually dealing with that road segment? Is this actually the best interest when we're looking at that traffic flow there, and not boxing ourselves in legally by saying, okay, well, we've built the stormwater and the infrastructure around these specific businesses that bring this much traffic flow to that area. It's oversetting our concurrency for that road to this amount. But since we've already approved this first step and they've already invested thousands of dollars into it, therefore we must approve. I don't want to come around to that argument, and I just want to understand that better.
Mr. Mayor, to address Commissioner Fletcher's concern, the roadway in question you're referring to is roadway segment 6, which is the portion of US 441 that goes between 235A and Interstate 75 off to the map frame to the east. That portion is, off the top of my head, somewhere around the 90% range for capacity. At 95%, anything above 95% has to get commission approval, whether it would have come to you regardless. Now, addressing the infrastructure plan does not add any trips to reserved concurrency. It does not reserve any trips. The same was true with the infrastructure plan south of where we're currently talking about with Santa Fe crossings here. That infrastructure plan did not reserve any trips. They also have vacant lots that are going to come into a similar, I don't want to say issue, but a similar concern regarding trips. The end-all be-all, however, is that they do not have concurrency reserved as part of this.
Vice Mayor or Mayor, I understand that a infrastructure plan does not reserve concurrency. Again, it's going back to thinking about the next step, like what are the rights on the next step where you do have to determine reserving concurrency and like that. And my understanding was with road segment 6 is that since it is not an ordinance that we have to, what I would say is have to say no, right? It would say that we have to say yes by doing it that way.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, our concurrency is adopted through the comprehensive plan, which is adopted by ordinance. So that's not something that can be waived unless the commission chooses to amend the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so on segment 6, if we hit 100%, unless we provide an ordinance to change that, is that what I'm hearing? Unless we provide an ordinance to change that?
That is my understanding, but I would confer with the city attorney.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Everybody's good. Right. We need a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, I move that based upon the competent substantial evidence, the presentation before this commission, and staff's recommendation, this commission find the application for Browning Family Revocable Trust and Santa Fe Hills Church of Christ Incorporated to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and in compliance with the city's land development regulations, and approve the infrastructure plan, subject to the 4 conditions in Exhibit A and located on page 17 of the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Comments?
Hello, my name is Tori Lindbergh. I think we skipped a step, but there are affected parties portion, City Attorney, because this is a voir dire.
I don't believe we received any information from any affected parties.
You didn't ask.
But they can claim at the hearing.
Okay. Okay. Well, I am an affected party because I live within 400 feet of this plan. My address. Yep. Do I qualify as an affected party?
I think you do.
Thank you.
There's no timer on affected parties, please. Thank you.
Okay. Since this is voir dire, can we please read the conditions, because it was not part of the PowerPoint, or you're better at reading? Okay.
The 4 conditions staff recommended are as follows. The applicant acknowledges and agrees that a property owners association responsible for the maintenance of shared/common infrastructure and lands, including but not limited to stormwater management facilities, shared/common drive aisles, lighting, and landscaping, must be established in accordance with the standards of Section 7.7.2 of the city's land development regulations, and proof of such establishment, typically in the form of articles of incorporation, must be submitted to the Planning and Community Development Department prior to the issuance of the Certificate of Completion of Improvements. This condition shall be the obligation of any subsequent party with interest in the property subject to this development order. Condition 2. The applicant acknowledges and agrees that public utilities easements for all city-maintained public utilities must be provided prior to issuance of a Certificate of Completion of Improvements. The applicant further acknowledges and agrees to provide all cross-access easements as shown on the approved infrastructure plan prior to issuance of a Certificate of Completion of Improvements. The required easements must be prepared in coordination with the city's Compliance and Risk Management Department and must receive approval of the city's Compliance and Risk Management Director prior to being recorded in the public records of Alachua County. The applicant shall incur all costs associated with preparing and recording the required easements. This condition shall be the obligation of any subsequent party with interest in the property subject to this development order. Condition 3. The applicant acknowledges and agrees that it shall obtain all other applicable local, state, and federal permits before the commencement of site plan work. The condition shall be the obligation of any subsequent party with interest in the property subject to this development order. Condition 4. The applicant acknowledges and agrees that conditions 1 through 3 as stated above do not inordinately burden the land and shall be binding upon the property owner, including any subsequent property owner's successors or assigns, and that the site plan shall comply with conditions 1 through 4 as stated herein.
Thank you, Carson. That's very helpful. For the first condition, an association will manage the stormwater ponds. I could throw a rock from my house and it would land in that pond. So I have heard of homeowners associations for residences. I'm not familiar with associations for commercial land. So I don't know if that's something there is some legal precedent or policy about it. That's a little concerning because if something happens down, I'm gonna live in this town longer than Chipotle and Chick-fil-A. So I just want to know what's going to happen in the future. The second condition about utilities, to the surprise of probably nobody, I am the only person at the neighborhood meetings for this property. The Interplan is an excellent applicant to work with. They're very helpful. We get along very great. So at one point I heard that we're going to pull water from the practice field at Santa Fe High School to go under the road. Is this part of the infrastructure plan or is that like another public work plan in the future? It's question 2. And then I look forward to learning how I can keep up with the permit process for condition 3. Okay, so those are the main questions in association for those franchises. I do appreciate the applicant fluffing the stormwater to accommodate for any extra land or, there's always some kind of scope creep when you do anything. So that's very helpful because we do not have any flooding on our street. Our water is great. So we don't want to have anything from there. And I'm going to ask tomorrow for tree mitigation, if what's involved with that and what trees are removed, because there's some really huge oak trees. I don't know if the applicant or staff can know what's there. There's one tree that's so big you could see it from half a mile away. So you've seen the map, you know what it looks like. My main concern about this, and I bring it up at every neighborhood meeting, and I won't be talking about it until Chipotle opens. Oh, can you go back? There you go. Alrighty. Something I advocated for, and I appreciate the applicant listening and keeping in touch. This right here is 235A. Here's the high school, 441. Everyone who lives down here, I have 87 neighbors. Behind me, there's Briarwood. They're getting hundreds of houses, more legacy neighborhoods behind that. This is the only way we can leave to go anywhere. If we go backwards, it's many miles of broken roads. This is our intersection. A concern I have, and I'm just stating it for the record, I'll talk to the county about it. I bring it up to Interplan too. Having this one right away, as you know, like if you're driving from Publix, there's always a line here. But we have that really long lane that I call it express lane. I'm like, well, I'm going home. I don't need to wait in that traffic. So I pass 20, 30 cars regularly waiting to turn left or go straight to High Springs or, Chick-fil-A. People are not going to want to wait at this light, human nature. They're going to turn here, and what are they going to do? Zoom around here. I'm very concerned. There's always cars here, and I know we're not going to worry about traffic today, but every step builds the puzzle and builds the story. So I'm really worried that there's someone here that's going to do a little U-turn to try and get in this right away because they don't want to wait longer to get their coffee. Third coffee shop for the intersection. We have Eliano's, a neighborhood drive-through where they won't tell me the name of the business. That's fine. I don't really care. And Dutch Bros. So if there's something that the city can work on the county to do, if there's some kind of, the term I learned from Interplan is tubular delineators. Those are like the little physical things you could put in this section of the road. I know it can't go too far because this is someone's house. Very nice family. Anything we can do to discourage people from zooming down 441 and doing a U-turn to get in here. Because if you go straight, this is the main entrance. I mean, and especially if you got a big truck, you can hop the curb. It's just a little concrete. Who cares? So I do like that you have the stormwater back here because I was nervous when you had your mixed use ordinance. You're going to put a 3-story condo on top of a business, and they would look into my yard all the time. So, I mean, thank you for this plan. I guess anything can happen. I shouldn't say it 3 times like Beetlejuice, but yeah, that's the main issue there. So, yeah, question about association for commercial property, because these are all franchises. The Chipotle is a franchise. The dentist office is a franchise. Dutch Brothers is a franchise. The dentist is just moving in with someone else's stuff. So I do want to say thank you for the applicant. I think it was in August or September, I made a public records request, and I was like, I'd like to know everything about the infrastructure plan I heard about. I got a $153 invoice that was not itemized. So what did I do? I emailed Chris. I got my answer in 10 minutes. So I'm happy that they're listening to the public, and I'm happy that they're working with the county to have that when in, when out, but it's going to be ugly. And if I get in a car accident because someone hits me, I just have to look back to the December 8th meeting, because we can be as careful as we can, but the other thing that's going to happen, people are going to wait to turn. So you're going to have traffic backed up here to leave. Then everyone wanting to go is going to stop and wait for their turn to do U-turn, so, and everyone here also goes to school, very busy. So thank you for your time. Yeah, so the main question is the association for commercial property and the utilities for the water. Because if this is city water, at last I heard, it's buried and then you have to go under 235A.
I would like to answer some of those, or at least help answer some of those questions and maybe some of those concerns as well. The Property Owners Association, that is very, very similar. It's basically the same exact thing as a homeowners association. There are articles of incorporation that will be submitted to the state. It will be a physical or a business entity that will maintain and watch after the property and all the infrastructure. So that includes roads, stormwater pipes, utilities that are privately owned, all of the information. There are specific requirements for a property owners association, and I am not an attorney, so I certainly can't speak to all of them, but having done quite a few of these commercial subdivisions in the past, I know there's very specific language that the Water Management District requires to be put in those property owners agreements, and they will review that language as well as the city when it's submitted. The draft articles have been drafted already. So that will ensure that the improvements are maintained in perpetuity, especially the stormwater. Again, there is specific language that has to address the maintenance of the stormwater areas. We actually have to submit a maintenance plan to the district as well, and that will be in the hands of the Property Owners Association and the developer. So they'll know exactly what needs to happen to the property to maintain it. In terms of the water, there is no water extension that is being planned for this property. I believe the city has actually constructed some recent water improvements there at the intersection to increase water pressure. So there is a water main that goes up 235. Is that 235? Yeah, 235. And then there's a water main that goes along 441, which is the one we will be connecting to. I believe Mr. Crockett mentioned the sanitary sewer extension. It's a little more than a short extension. It's coming from behind the dugout over there at the high school at Santa Fe High School. So it's approximately 1,000 feet of public gravity sanitary sewer that we're extending to the intersection, obviously free of charge. It will be installed for the public. It's being installed all the way to our western property line. So that commercial subdivision to our west, it's a PD, could potentially connect to that gravity sewer in the future. I believe they're all on septic at this point, in addition to potentially the residential homes back in the back eventually. I think the other issue brought up were the trees. We have tried to save, obviously, as many trees as we could. No, I think the city refers to them as heritage trees.
Heritage trees are anything over 30 inches in diameter. I think there was like one or two.
Yes, and none of those are being removed. All the heritage trees on site are being maintained. So I think the large tree, specifically the one that you could see from hundreds of feet away, all those heritage trees that are larger than that size, 28, 29 inches, are being saved on site, in addition to a large number of other trees, including many of the trees in the existing buffers that will buffer this property from the residential property. I think that's more or less everything. As was mentioned, we did put in the traffic separator there at the driveway on 235. So, I mean, there's obviously, if somebody's sufficiently determined with a large enough vehicle, they can drive over anything. They can make stupid decisions. I just saw in Winter Garden just the other day, I saw a line of those tubular delineators on Daniels. Somebody had driven straight through them, just knocked them down. So it's a physical barrier, probably scraped up their paint a little bit. But again, if somebody's sufficiently determined, people are going to make stupid decisions. So we've tried to do the best that we can to address that potential traffic issue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie.
Good evening, Samantha King, Zoe. I just wanted, he mentioned about adding about 1,000 feet from the dugout over. What would be the plan as to when you guys do that? How's that going to affect the kids getting in and out of school? As far as I know, that's the only way for them to get into school. The buses go in off of 441. I sound like a broken record when we talk about traffic, but that specific intersection, she did mention, she's correct, there's already that'll make 3 coffee places. I'm not against the coffee thing, but I'm just, the amount of traffic that backs up out of a Dutch Bros. I don't know if you saw the opening for the one in Gainesville over by the VA and how big that is. That backs out, around, and back into the road. So that's also a school zone, that same strip just past the light. And more than anything, the other day, as a parent, my kids are lucky that there's days I can drive them to school. I watched kids cross that street, 441, and now you're going to add something, which I'm not against you adding the restaurants or whatnot. I get that. But I'm just saying, you're adding something that's going to be more enticing to them. We've got a traffic issue at that intersection. I mean, I hate to be morbid, but the chances of you getting somebody walking across that street and getting hit, they're going to definitely increase. So even if you improve that or you approve it, something needs to be considered about maybe like a crosswalk, something right there, because the kids, and I'm talking about the kids, I'm watching them cross that street, run across that street in the morning. And that, as a parent, I have kids that go to that high school, that is scary. And so not all of them have cars. And my other major concern is when you guys start tearing up the road to make these sewer connections, how are they going to get into the school? How does that affect the school? I'm all for new restaurants, new things, new opportunities for them to have jobs. But when you look at it, I think there's over 1,000 kids at that school, 22 jobs compared to 1,000 kids. It doesn't equate. So maybe just sit here and think about it a little more before you guys approve it. Again, I'm not against it. I just think that there's more things that need to go be thought about before you guys go and approve that.
All right, are we ready to vote? Commissioner Fletcher. Thank you.
And it's quasi-judicial, so it should be 5 minutes. Citizens get 5 minutes to speak during quasi-judicial.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Zoe might have something more to say because I don't think she got 5 minutes. During the discussion of the closing down of a street downtown, the comment was made, well, we don't have a traffic engineer on staff. So to me, that sounded pretty ridiculous when you're talking about closing down a half of a block downtown. Perhaps this is the time for you to hire a traffic engineer to have a workshop and actually look at the comprehensive effects of all these piecemeal decisions that you all are making almost every other week. And what is the comprehensive effect on the traffic? I mean, it's a school zone up there. You have hundreds of semi-trucks coming up on that intersection. You have wacky design of medians inside between the Tower Hill development and Publix. I don't know what is going on with building all this concrete directional stuff in the middle of the road. And then you have people zooming to try to get to the interstate, and then they're merging off, and it's all this stuff is going on. And you keep doing these piecemeal decisions. And it's like each applicant has their traffic information, and we get studies that are outdated and all this stuff. Don't you think it's time to sit down and actually get a real look at what is going on here? Because there's always been the excuse that, well, you know what, we're not generating all this traffic. It's going to High Springs or it's going to Gainesville, and we're a pass-through, state road, and we're on the intersection of an interstate. I get that, and that's true. That's all the more reason for you to take the responsibility and hire the professional guidance that you need to make sure that the decisions you're making are the best ones possible given the circumstances. Because you keep doing this piecemeal stuff. Oh, we're going to do a curb cut here. You're looking at Terra Phoenicia down there having a road coming out on 441 through a cave system. I mean, you got to start planning something with this traffic and all these curb cuts and building of lanes and putting plastic barriers in the middle of the road so kids don't get run over. Like, when are you going to start really looking at what you're doing and what is here and the safety of the people who are trying to maneuver around in this community and get from Chipotle and come out and make a left-hand turn and go over and grab a coffee and maybe swing back around and go up to Publix? I mean, it is not easy out there now. It is time to hire a traffic engineer or whatever the professional is that this city needs to look at the collective impacts of what the decisions are you're making. Be responsible. I'm not standing here saying, no, you shouldn't have a Chipotle and that's bad. It's just you need to really take a step back and look at what you're doing. That's what I was speaking about the planning board. They're not planning. Nobody's planning. We're all reacting to somebody's application and what they want to do in this community, and you're not planning anything. It's just not going to get any better. People can't get around in this community. You can't walk, you can't bike, you can barely drive. And so, let's put these encouraging businesses so the students could zip out for lunch and try to get over there to grab something. Oh, good, that ought to be fun with people making left-hand turns and right turns on red and all this stuff going on. I mean, seriously, you guys need to pump the brakes and get some professionals in here that can give the guidance that you need. Because if you don't have a traffic engineer on staff or anybody on staff that's qualified to talk about closing down the half of a block of a downtown village, essentially, what are you doing? I mean, seriously, and I'd like to know what the lighting standards are for that area. What are the outside exterior lighting standards? It's mentioned in one of the staff reports, and it's also mentioned in one of the letters. It's really hard to follow stuff back there because there's no tabs. The draft of a proposed surety instrument. Can somebody tell me what about surety? I thought we weren't doing any sureties anymore for anybody. And the lighting standards, I'd like to know for outside lighting. Thank you.
Real quick, just one more thing, and then I'll get out of your hair.
All right.
I heard a concern about closing down 235A. 235A, the sanitary sewer extension that will be done there will be what's called a jack and bore. So there will be no need to open cut the pavement or close that road down. And the sanitary sewer extension will take place outside the fence of the high school. So between the edge of pavement and the actual fence. So no construction should need to take place on the high school grounds. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. I travel that every day, that intersection, 2 times a day, 3 times a day, live off of there. I just want clarification of what Ms. Sori said. Are you referring that Ms. Sori, are you referring to the lane that everybody goes that's close to Santa Fe, the turning lane, that they're going to go to the light and then jump in front of the turning lane? That a driver is going to, you're parked getting to turn right, the light is still red and they turn right in front of you? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying the turn lane, they're going to go over into the turn lane, turn and go around?
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Sorry, Lindbergh, the second. I think like the applicant said, people will make bad decisions. So I skip all the traffic to turn right to go to my house, like everyone else does on this road. I think if people see the traffic is stuck right here to go forward and they see this lane is open and they want to go to one of these businesses, they could just swing through, I'll just do a little U-turn and then you're there. So my concern is that when people are coming to 441 waiting and someone's going to try to cut over, or they're just going to park and wait for an opening to turn in there while everyone waits behind them, and everyone going towards 441 is just going to be really confused and nervous about what's going on. If there wasn't a neighborhood here, I would want the tubular delineators to go further, but of course you can't block off someone's house. I assume, I don't know the answer, but yeah, that's my reasoning is people will take that express right to get to these businesses instead of going straight, because the rule, the way it's planned, if you want to go to any of these businesses and you're coming from Publix, you cannot turn right. You need to go straight, and this is the only entrance to get in. But when you leave these businesses, you can turn out, and it's very short. That's another thing I can be nervous about, but at least this is legal to turn out of here and then merge into traffic to leave. So.
All right. So since it's I think it was mentioned it was a jack and bore that's connecting between the high school and this property. On that roadway, if I'm following correctly, the right-hand lane will be blocked off, and they're just allowed to drive through that, or they have to stop at the stoplight, and that's where kids would cross to get. Because if I was in high school and there was a Chipotle or a Dutch Brothers right next to the high school, that's where I'm stopping by in the morning. And they're going to be crossing through the intersection at that spot, correct?
I'm sorry, could you be
clarify
that just a little
you have
bit?
the intersection, right? You're right on the corner. They're coming from the high school, right? Right, because they don't always have cars, or maybe they're riding their bike or whatever. They're always going to be cutting across from the crosswalk and not trying to cut through that. I guess one of those ingress egress areas.
Correct. Yes. Of course, there's a sidewalk along 235A here. We're installing a sidewalk here as well as a sidewalk down to the existing. There's just a pedestrian pole here for pedestrians, as well as just a pad that basically just goes to nowhere. So
Okay.
we would be connecting to that and continuing that pedestrian network to the west, to the north, and then onto our site as well.
So there is what we would like is there's a right way to get to this area
Absolutely.
for our
Yeah.
high school students.
Yeah,
Okay,
as opposed
that's
to,
the
say, a
first thing I
mid-block
want to make sure is
crossing
going
or
on
something.
here.
Correct. Yes, they would be.
But I also know, as teenagers and whatnot, I'm going to cross the fastest way to possible. And so I was kind of hoping that it wasn't a jack and bore, because then we could figure out if there needs to be working with the county to get an actual lighted crosswalk while we see with our other schools.
There's a crosswalk there with a crosswalk signal. I don't know. I have been out there at night, and I honestly can't remember. There was also, honestly, there was a baseball game when I was out
Right.
there at night, so that was the focus of the lighting. Obviously, they had the basketball or the football or the baseball fields lit up like Christmas trees. I couldn't speak to the lighting, the existing lighting along 441. Unfortunately, we're not really allowed to light off-site areas.
Yep.
But of course, our site will be well lit with limited off-site lighting or limited light at the property line.
Then I guess the next question goes to I guess city staff on this is like, what are our options as a city to help? Because again, I don't have any disagreements against what's going on here. I just want to make sure that us as a city, maybe there's more we can do along with this to make sure that the children here are safer when dealing with this. That right, because we see a great economic benefit to this, a quality of life benefit, but with its vicinity to the high school, it's in a unique situation. I just want to make sure we're doing everything we can as a city to make sure this is safe as possible for these kids.
I agree with you 100%. I think with the high school students, and some of us had kids that go through, and some that have them now, if they're going to get coffee, they're going to go through the light, and they're not going to turn there because the traffic going into Santa Fe is also just as bad as it is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So if they're coming from Publix, I, like my own children, would probably say we're going to go straight through and enter in the other side. I think there's going to be more of congestion for those students to get out to go across. As far as the kids are concerned, if they're going to get coffee, because that's how when Eliana's opened, that was exactly what happened. 441 and the intersection and the light, it was backed up, and then they learned to go through and go back around and then go down to Publix and turn around. So I think there'll be a learning curve as far as that was concerned. I just wanted to make sure that she wasn't thinking they're just going to go to that light and go over. There's always going to be people that are going to do silly things, and then I think, then you have Chipotle, which would be lunchtime. They'll walk, but
Yes. Is there a way we can, because I believe 235, right? Yep. Right there. Is there a way we can definitively coordinate or start a process with the county at looking at, some type of what options for, walking accessibility, safety enhancements we can do, or we can support with the county on it? Because I know it's their road, but these are our children in that aspect.
Mr. Mayor, to address that question from Commissioner Fletcher, I would say that as far as the infrastructure plan stage is concerned, there's not really a good way to address it at this point. That said, we have 3 site plan applications over here that have yet to go before the Planning and Zoning Board and that are still under review. We could potentially address pedestrian mobility concerns at that point in one of those site plans. That's not a guarantee, but we can try to work with the county on that.
Right. What I'm thinking of saying here is there's nothing. I know we're talking about the infrastructure plan, but what I'm saying is that these items coming forward to us are bringing up these great conversations of how we can think more about the future of our community. And I'm trying to figure out how do we continue this conversation instead of saying like, okay, well, we only have this conversation during a plat or when it gets presented to us. Maybe there's ways we can, as a city, help with this without having it brought to you, and then we have a discussion over, or should we approve this plat or not, and then we get sidetracked talking about safety for our children.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we do that as a commission? How do we get those types of solutions that are they're tangentially related to this, but they're not specifically related, so we can focus on this and we can focus on our safety. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we do that as a commission?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Fletcher's point is well taken. That's probably going to be a discussion that's going to involve the city manager and the planning department. Not at this point in time, like the second is what I mean, but soon. That's for him to discuss with you all. Regarding what staff has done with this, we did note concerns with the original attachment to the crosswalk. It's not something we ignored, so they had to redraw the way their sidewalk was connecting because there was a weird, funky thing going on that somebody in a stroller or wheelchair would not have been able to get around a corner. And then we also addressed the right in, right out traffic median there as well. Resident Lindbergh also brought it up, but staff also mentioned a comment. So these are things we look at. We do have traffic engineers on continuing contract, not on staff with the city. And when warranted, we do get them involved. But unfortunately, traffic engineering typically favors the vehicle. So even when we look at that, that's a different question. I would also note that staff has had concerns in the past about the intersection at 441 not having a crosswalk across 441. That was removed probably a decade ago by FDOT, citing not enough pedestrian trips. So we don't particularly agree with that assessment, but that one was not our decision.
I think you guys answered my questions a lot on this, and I greatly appreciate you taking your time. I think this might be something we as a commission may bring back as a separate item, unrelated to this approval regarding this, but something we can look at and we can try and address as a concern. The commission.
I agree, because there's also just down the road just a little bit for that neighborhood. The kids are out there on the time change. I mean, waiting for the bus stop, very similar to what we just talked about with Fletcher.
In Alachua County, and I'm probably not telling the commission anything that it doesn't already know, Alachua County does seem to have taken a greater interest in pedestrian and bicycle safety and connectivity recently. And I say that because they apparently have a new ordinance that requires trails to be put in, and I say trails, like a multi-use trail to be put in, specifically in the case of this project along 235A, which I noticed or did not notice was done with the Wawa. So I assume that's a relatively new requirement. We had to install, I believe it's a 7-foot wide sidewalk along 235A. I think that requirement is now going up even wider in the counties. I forget exactly what the ordinance is, but I think if you reach out to the county, obviously I'm sure it's a lot more difficult than it sounds. I think they may be willing to start having that conversation with you, hopefully.
Yes, and we always have a joint meeting with the county. I think it's early in the year. And one of the main items on the agenda are roads. So we certainly want to bring it up.
Vice Mayor Brown, I have a clarification, an answer for the commissioner that's not on this map when it comes to sidewalks specifically on this road. And before I get to that, there is no light at this intersection. And I know that because I almost ran off the road because I was so distracted by the bright light on the flag at Chick-fil-A, which is over here. It is double the size. So I was like, what is that new thing there? And then I almost went like, woof, over here. So there's no light here. I'm sure they'll be remedied when Chick-fil-A is open till 9 o'clock. Something very important. I want this commission, and it's hard to see unless you like go on it so much. The sidewalk is across the road from this property. And that's because over here in front of these homes, there's a big ditch, some kind of drainage ditch. So back here, like by my neighborhood, there is a sidewalk. And another thing that's important about this intersection, there's a school bus lot. So add in 30, 40 school buses. So the sidewalk ends over here off the map, and then you cross, and then you come here, and then you're going to go here. So just to note, it's encouraging to hear the county wants bigger sidewalks, but there's going to be, impatient people who want to run across too. So yeah, there's no sidewalk on this side in front of these homes. The sidewalk is further back, and then you have to cross this road. I'm never going to walk to Chipotle from my house. I'll deal with the traffic. It's not worth the risk. But yeah, the sidewalk is over here, and there's no light. I forgot my pen.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to vote. Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Aye.
I vote aye. Mayor.
Aye.
And the motion passed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. Agenda item A. Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you. This item is about a basic question. Can commissioners and the people we serve clearly see the rules we operate under? And can commissioners access information we need to govern? Over the past year, we've had a series of experiences that taken together that raised doubts about that. With Public Records Request 25-674, a request for recurring reports was quoted a special service charge of $521.72. The initial estimate listed only Staff 1 and Staff 2 with hours attached, but did not identify the positions, the rates that were used, or the work being performed. A detailed itemized breakdown and reconciliation to the actual work were only provided after repeated follow-up and only after this agenda item was already filed. This was, the reports were provided back at near the end of October on this. And then we have Public Records Request 25-709, when concerns were raised regarding contract language that might not match existing cities' policies. It raised a question to myself as a commissioner of what policies govern our city's decisions and actions. Based on my recent experience with dealing with public record requests for those governing policies, were treated as ordinary public records requests, and I was quoted a special service charge of $261.89. A sitting commissioner was effectively told, you have to pay a fee and wait in line to see the very policies that govern how the city and we as a commission are responsible for overseeing. And as you can see tonight during the Planning and Zoning Board appointment, we heard again that there's no written policies for how vacancies and advisory boards are posted or reposted. And I've followed that up with our last meeting with some detailed written questions, trying to understand how this happened, and those have yet to be answered. And none of these examples by themselves is truly catastrophic, but together they point to a pattern. In some areas that matters most, public's trust, records, our policies, and our appointments, we are relying on unwritten practices, opaque rules, and very, I would say, thin record access, instead of clear, accessible, commission-adopted rules. Since this agenda item was filed, staff has provided a draft public records standard operating procedure. I want to acknowledge and appreciate their work on that. It's a meaningful starting point. It defines extensive use thresholds, itemized estimates, identifying positions, rates, and it recognizes overpayments should be funded. Because that draft was arrived so recently, I'm not asking us to approve this tonight, as I'm not sure if my fellow commissioners have received that or had time to review that. What I am asking is that we as a body set the policy direction and have that draft brought to a public commissioner workshop and then brought back to the dais as a commission level public records framework for us to consider. Some of the outcomes that I hope we agree on. First, that we will move towards a commission adopted public records policy with clear standards for when extensive use charges apply, with itemized estimates and required final reconciliation so that requesters can understand and verify the fees they are being asked to pay before they can access information. Second, that we centralize our city's policies so that current governing policies are organized in one place, and neither commissioners nor residents have to file repeated public records requests just to find out what the rules are. Third, that we provide a predictable way for commissioners or positions appointed by this commission to access reoccurring reports departments already produce through central internal location. So oversight does not depend on filing new public records requests every time. And fourth, when commissioners or positions appointed by this commission request information in our official capacity, those requests will be treated as internal governance support, not as fee-bearing public records requests by any person, while unrelated requests continue to use standard public records process. My goal is not to micromanage procedures from the dais, okay? My goal is that this commission is to give clear direction so that the city manager, the clerk's office, and the city attorney can refine the current draft SOP, bring it and the related options to a public workshop, and then return with concrete policies on public records, policy access, recurring reports, and commissioner information access for us to formally consider. If we do that, we will move from ad hoc practices and case-by-case disputes towards a transparent, predictable framework that supports staff, that supports this commission, and better serves the people of Alachua. Do my fellow commissioners have any questions? Or does the city manager would like to present the draft of the SOP regarding public records?
questions?
Commissioner Fletcher, were all the public, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question, please? Mr. Mayor? Or Ms. Vice Mayor, whoever's running the show. Yeah, okay. Commissioner Fletcher, are all the public records requests submitted by you, the ones that you just referenced just now?
Yes, they were both submitted by me.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, I believe in our last commission meeting, you read off a list of what you were requesting, I believe in your most recent public records request. Would you mind reading that list again?
Yes, if you would like the most recent public records request for that. Let me pull it up. Good afternoon. Pursuant to Chapter 119 Florida statutes, I'm requesting access to and copies of the following public records: all current City of Alachua policies, procedures, manuals, directives, administrative regulations, standard operating procedures, handbooks, or similarly governing documents that are in effect for any city department, office, or employee. This request includes, but is not limited to, citywide administrative policies issued by the city manager, city clerk, or their designees. Department-level policies, including planning, finance, human resource, and information technology, any current employee handbook or personnel policy manual, any current purchasing/procurement policies, including purchasing card, P-card policies, and any current policies related to ethics, social media, records retention, or public communication. If you believe compliance with the scope will constitute extensive use under Florida statutes, please provide a good faith, itemized time, cost, driving these burdens, and goes on to say, this will allow me to consider narrowing of this request. In the meantime, please proceed rolling production.
Thank you. Because you've chosen to put this on the agenda, in order for me to understand some things, I guess my first question would be, why did you feel the need to submit this as a public records request instead of having a conversation with the city manager?
So that's nice that you asked that, because this actually started back in September when I actually requested reports from the city manager back in September.
Did you request all of that you just stated?
No, this was related to a different request. And through that, I did not receive any response. So I went through the channel of filing a public records request for those. I used my city email and related information that would be able to identify as my, this is me acting in my official capacity. After that, I received that's how this came. So we have a pattern, right? I would like to state that this isn't just me throwing this out onto the agenda. There have been conversations between me and the city manager regarding things, actually multiple, as to why commissioners should have to pay almost $300 to access the policies that govern the city. To me, that is a very concerning thing, because I don't know if where else I would find these policies. And so what I've seen is that we haven't come to an agreement as to what information a commissioner should have access to and how we should charge personally to commissioners for access to information.
Okay, I'm just at some point, well, this is not a trial, so I'm not going to ask for city manager to defend himself. I guess I'm struggling with the fact that, first of all, as commissioners, we're not any different as residents as anybody else in this auditorium or out in the community. So on the surface, to request for commissioners not to be charged for public records requests, I completely disagree. I'm not any different of a person as anyone here that's putting in a public records request. So I do disagree with commissioners receiving free public records requests when submitted like you described. Also, I'm not surprised at the cost that you were given due to the extensive amount of public records that you asked for. That was a long list that you were asking for and would take an exorbitant amount of time for staff to put together for you or anyone else, which would potentially take them away from their day-to-day jobs here at the city and moving forward with what they're being tasked to do. Obviously, nobody on this board was there when you were having your conversation with the city manager. That's between you and him. I struggle with the fact that you felt the need to submit a formal public records request. Anytime I have ever needed information or ever had any questions, no matter who the city manager was, I was able to go to the city manager and ask for the information and receive it in a fairly timely manner. I wasn't there when you were having a conversation, but I'm really not understanding. I should be, if I submit a public records request, as long as you submit it, I should be charged for it and I will pay for it. I don't take exception just because I have a title. So I'm struggling with that part of it. Now you've brought up, this is a very broad agenda item that you've brought up. So there's other things about this agenda item that you've brought up that I don't necessarily disagree with. Should there be some things that could be on the website and easily accessible? Sure, I'd be willing to consider taking a look at that. I'm not disagreeing with that. But as far as everything else that I just mentioned, I disagree completely. I think if we submit a public records request, a formal public records request, we should be treated no differently than a citizen. Or actually, public records requests can be submitted by non-citizens. I mean, so for clarification.
Right.
So am I missing something? I don't know that I'm understanding here.
Yes.
Okay.
So when staff pulls records from internal systems and shared drives to do their job, they do not file public records requests or pay fees. That's treated as an internal workload. The request here is that when commissioners acting in our official capacity, okay, for legislative, budgetary, or oversight work or information, our information needs need to be treated the same way as part of internal governance support, not as normal public records requests. The reasons why they've had to be treated as public records requests is there's no other mechanism for me as a commissioner to get this information to do my job. So personal or whatever related requests can still go through standard stuff. So if you're doing something and requesting something that's unrelated to your position as a commissioner, okay, you can still go, we can still set a policy that says unrelated, all right, you have to do it this way. But what I'm seeing here is that we're stifling commissioner oversight by putting fees on the commissioners, personal fees, okay, to prevent us from doing our jobs.
But you've asked the list you read off. Yeah, you asked for so much. Most of that has to do with day-to-day operations, if I'm hearing this correctly, and that falls under the purview of the city manager. So if you want to be city manager, then just say so. But I'm not following. I mean, if I want to have a policy from our public services department, I know I can go to whatever city manager we had at the time. I can go to our city manager now and say, I would like to see this. So there's a disconnect here that I'm still missing.
So I guess my question for this commission is, what policies that the city has should commissioners have access to readily available?
Well, you'd have to define readily available. My definition of readily available is making a phone call to my city manager and asking for it.
To me, that's not readily available. To me, is I don't have to reach out to another person to access this information. And we know that the city already has infrastructure to do this. We currently use what they call network drives, where you can have on our commissioner laptop access to these things. Okay, they already do it. Okay. So saying that having something like that to me is readily accessible. Me having to make a phone call or an email and then waiting for a response to those emails, which we've already seen can take a while, that's not readily available. And with our meetings every 2 weeks, and our city is only 4 days a week here, there's not a lot of time to get access to these things and these informations to prepare for commission meetings. So for that doesn't make sense to me. If
Why
you
do you
want to
need
talk
a
about the
policy from,
coverage,
why do you need a policy from the police department, for example, to be prepared for a commission meeting like tonight when, I mean, when there's nothing on the agenda? If you wanted,
why do we need to stifle that? Right?
if this is what you wanted, why do you feel the need to
bring it into a meeting,
No, that's not what I was going to ask. Thank you. Can I finish?
if you let me.
If you let me. Yeah. What I was asking was, if this is what you're wanting is for all of this to be online. I'm assuming that's where we're going with where you're trying to go with this. Then why do you feel the need? Why does this have to come across as agenda item that is attacking staff about your experience with how to get this entire list of public records? Why could you not just come to this commission and make a positive suggestion about how you think this could help? Instead, you're coming across as you're attacking city manager and all our staff and insinuating that there's purposeful holding back, there's incompetence. I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure, because that's how it's coming across. That's what I'm hearing.
And can I just add? So after you had mentioned this at the last city meeting, you know, I am a processor. It takes me a couple days. I called several previous commissioners to ask specific questions about the things that you are bringing up. And one of the things that in my mind is a lack of trust of our city hall, okay, and our employees, because I feel even with your response, you haven't received something and it's 3 days before a commission meeting, I would be picking up the phone and saying to Rodolfo, I need a question answered. You haven't responded to my email. I want to know X, Y, and Z so that I can feel prepared. When I talk to these other commissioners, not one of them ever made a public records request. Simply went. And if, for me personally, previous city manager, if I did not feel comfortable with what I was told, I went to the source of where I heard it from. I went to one of the department heads, HR, or somebody else to say, this is the answer I got. I still don't really feel comfortable. Can you tell me that this is what's going on? And they would either say, yes, this is actually what's happening. Thank you for asking. And then I would follow up. I have not had any of those interactions with Mr. Rodolfo. The only actions that I've had are been positive. The things that are going on in the city. In this building, I have spent time in different areas and talked to different people. Jacob, it took me a while to try to figure out and understand, but I truly don't understand why we're not administration. That's his job. I think you just said it right. I didn't even think of that. If you want to be the city manager, then that's what you need to do. I don't have constituents coming to ask me questions about policies and procedures on how the police department gives their lunch break, you know, or X, Y, and Z. It doesn't feel good. It hasn't felt good since I left here. I wasn't even going to talk about this. I really was just going to sit and listen, but it is to me a lack of distrust, and you throw out transparency all the time. I don't feel you're being transparent. I think this has been going on for a while. I feel like people that have approached me who don't even know who you are know because they have pulled it or watched the video or answered the questions. It's very discomforting. I think the lack of also the character and things that have been said about Rodolfo from this dais, from you or others that have come up, to me is not okay. It's not okay. I'm going to stop before I say some other things because It really is not moving forward. I feel like we are 2 steps back all the time and maybe 1 step forward. And we have amazing, amazing people that work for the city of Alachua. And when I would walk around the streets, and I spend a lot of time in this city, it was always how great things are going, but what is going on with your commissioner? That's what I hear now. Okay? I don't feel that that's okay. I don't feel that we have moving forward. I feel like these guys work every single day, and if there was something that wasn't being done correctly, I feel 100% that our city manager would take care of the situation. That's just how I feel.
All right. I'm glad
Madam
you.
Chair, can I add one item in reference to public records? I'll ask the city attorney. Given the public records he referenced, the one that he asked for, was that done in accordance with state statute with the raw cost?
When we submit when we submitted the documentation and the estimate and the actualization, all of that information is as was required in the Florida statute. So that yes.
And the standard operating procedures that we have currently for the city, is that in accordance with state statutes?
Yes, the ones that were just sent around, absolutely.
And so everything we're doing is above reproach in accordance with state statutes.
So, Commissioner Ringerson, I'm glad you've had a positive experience with this and your request for public records and getting access to information. It has not been the same for me. So, let's talk a little more about this in detail. So, regarding reports, that email was filed back in September with no response or correspondence regarding that until I filed a public records request in October. That public records request in October, I didn't get those reports until November 20th. And then regarding the policies, it was the one where I pulled the item off the consent agenda, and it turned out we were about to approve a contract that my understanding was against the law. And so my question then goes and says, well, if this was against the law and we were going to approve it, how do I, as a commissioner, stay informed about the rules governing the city? So what I'm trying to understand is, why do we want to turn a blind eye to how the city is governed as the governing body? And that doesn't make sense to me. Regarding the expansive nature of these public records, so when you're doing a public records request and when you can't get an answer as to where things are or how much there exists, you kind of have to ask for it because you don't know what you don't know. Okay. And so when having these conversations, it's clear that we have policies, but we don't have them in a centralized place where commissioners can freely access these things. And what I'm saying here, I'm not attacking the city. Okay. Sorry, city staff. Okay. But what I am trying to do here is move forward. Okay. By implementing commission adopted policies, okay, having a workshop so we can move forward, okay? What I'm saying here is this is why we need this, because these things have happened. If you feel that us as a commission should have to pay $300 or whatever to know what policies are, our residents should have to pay money to see what policies that are guiding the decisions of the city. Feel free to vote for that. But what I'm saying here is I don't believe that's what our residents of Alachua deserve. They deserve very transparent government with this. And to insinuate that asking for public records is not transparent goes against everything that the intent of Sunshine Law is. Okay, so again, I'm trying to find a way to move forward and make our city better by standardizing these things. We just had the PZB appointment, and what happened? There wasn't consistency how it was posted. Our decisions on these are being made on ad hoc bases. Yet somehow, to me, that's a concern, right? That's not me saying, okay, you guys should be fired or whatever. That's me saying, okay, there's an issue here. Let's come back with a way to fix this, right? Let's take these ad hoc decisions that put staff in the way of these things and have them say, okay, this is the decision. I made it because XYZ tells me to. And when residents have issue with that, that is something they can point to instead of saying, oh, me and so made this decision. right? And then they come to us and I'm saying, well, how can you make that decision? Why do you make that decision for this person, right? A consistency and a standard is not being applied with these things. And that's what I'm trying to get here. Regarding the reports, those reports, the majority of those reports weren't actually in congruence with the actual records requests. They were actually biweekly automated generated reports, okay? Or they were reports that were built actually for this public records based off of dates that I've seen within. They were actually made after my public records request. So if we want to talk about the expansiveness of some of these public records requests, that's not with that. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make a motion for us to have a workshop for the city to present their draft of the public records SOP that's been drafted, and for us to officially and formally adopt it as a guiding principle for this commission. If that is something you disagree with, again, you may vote against that type of process. But what I'm trying to do is have a conversation about that. Just because things may or may not be done wrong doesn't mean we can't learn from them or we should keep doing them the specific way because they've always been done that way. So what I would like to do is I would like to move to set a workshop where the city staff may present the public records SOP draft, and us as a commission may discuss and work on this together so we can formalize this process. And I would like to make sure that date is, sometimes before January 1st, not 1st, 31st.
Thank you. Commissioner Fletcher, I'm confused. Now you're saying you want a workshop. I thought initially you had a concern about paying for the documents.
That is correct. That's a part of it. What's happening here is we have an overarching issue with how public records requests are handled. I did not receive the SOP that was in draft form, okay, until Thursday around like 5:30. So I'm assuming the rest of the commissioners have not received it to review yet, right? Have you received that from the city manager? So you guys can't take any direction on that. And so if you listen, excuse me.
We all received it at the same time.
You all received, okay, so we did receive it. Okay, so if you guys want to hash out a workshop on how to discuss it now, if you want to do that. But what I'm trying to do is I'm saying, let's have a workshop. Let's review this with staff. Let's have legal there, right? And really address some of these problems.
Well, let's talk about that. I've served on this commission since 2012. I've served with several city managers. I haven't had these issues. When there's something I need, I request it and it's given to me. If there's a public request that I make, I pay for it. So I'm trying to understand why there's such an issue over here. I don't have those problems. Now, communication is key. And when someone reaches out to me and perhaps I'm busy, I reach back to find out what is the concern, what do I need to do, what do I miss. Communication is reciprocal. I cannot expect someone to reach out to me and I don't return the phone call. when we are serving as a commissioner, yes, we have a job to do, but I don't see this city manager, any of these staff not working hard to get us what we need. I don't. And I'm concerned that you do.
Yeah, so this whole timeline has been about 2.5 months of conversations with myself and the city manager. And I understand a big issue of this, again, is lack of staff capacity in their workload. Okay. And I understand that, right? Because that's conversations we've had. That's when Rodolfo remembers this. One of the big things he told me when he was assistant city manager is that when I asked about what are our blockers, it's city staff workload. Okay. And what I'm seeing here is that these things right here, what the staff workload has shown is it's shown a lack of framework as to how we handle these things and how we create repeatable frameworks where our work isn't being duplicated to these things while still achieving what I view as transparency. Okay. Again, the understanding that here, or the implication that I've said, staff is hiding things. I don't recall saying that at all. What I'm doing here is I'm showing what we have as capability gaps into how the city operates, and I'm trying to make sure we address them as a commission. So if you feel that addressing these gaps as an attack on city staff, I have to respectfully disagree with that. Again, because what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to just set up a workshop in January for us to have a conversation about how we handle public records requests so we can move forward. That's all I'm asking here. But I do have to explain to this commission why I have to put this as an agenda item, why I spent 2.5 months trying to come up with a solution through this, through multiple conversations with the city manager to get here. And I'm glad you guys have had a wonderful experience and you've never had to ask these questions. Okay. But to me, I'm asking these questions and I'm getting a different response.
But the etiology of the problem is you were not happy paying the fines.
No, so I paid the 500 and something money.
Under protest.
Under protest because there wasn't an actual itemization of that. And I wasn't provided a reconciliation until November. Actually, I believe it was after I submitted this item, I wasn't actually provided the actual reconciliation that's required by law. Okay. And let's talk about this public records SOP draft. This SOP draft was started after I brought these concerns. So there's been progress. My conversations have been fruitful in progress on getting these things. But when I'm saying our commission needs to take a more active role in handling these fundamental parts of city government. Okay. Public records access, right, in regards to Sunshine Law is a responsibility of this commission to make sure we're doing everything in the best interest of the residents, not just meeting the bare minimum. That's what I'm trying to bring up here. And I'm trying to get this commission to address is there is gaps that we're facing. And this is what I envision as a solution is having a workshop for us to talk about this more in detail and let staff present this SOP and have the commission adopt it as a guiding principle for the city.
But that's your opinion. You feel there are gaps.
No, it's clearly gaps because when I brought these points up to be addressed, we had to go around and just recently get a draft for an SOP for these things.
I don't feel that way. There's always room for improvement. There's always an opportunity to do things differently. There's always a way to look at a situation, redefine it, make modifications. I'm open to that. But I don't necessarily agree that we have gaps. I don't.
Again, a workshop would be an opportunity to bring those opinions and thoughts and values as a city and how we can implement that. And that's the main thing here is an opportunity for us to, as a commission, to address these concerns. That are my concerns. I want them addressed, right? I felt like I have gone enough through the city manager as to how these are handled. And I believe this commission has a responsibility to listen and have conversations about this. Again, you guys will vote how you want on this, but trying to address, and you may say they're not shortcomings or capability gaps or whatever, but there's no way to explain how a commissioner is not able to access the policies of the city. How is a commissioner supposed to know that we didn't have a public records policy?
Can I
If they don't exist?
can I say something? I would like for I will ask our city manager to give us some clarification on this matter, if you will.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll add some more clarification. And so the city staff is absolutely fantastic and professional. Incredible. Everything we've done has been according with state statute. We've had a lot of changes the last couple of months. One of those changes was a change in city attorney. We followed the last city attorney's policies and procedures when it came to public records requests. As that shifted, Commissioner Fletcher brought some of these concerns to light. I have worked with our new attorney, and we have developed a new operational procedure. And so I don't see gaps. We've addressed them. We have made betterments. We have improved. There are no outstanding issues. They're done in accordance with state statute. Everything's going fine, and we have made betterments. And so that's where we are right now to date. And so that's what I wanted to add, Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, again, I want to say that we are not violating any state law. Okay. The question is, this is a policy and a commission decision as to what is the bare minimum we provide our residents of the city. If the bare minimum for the residents of the city is state law and meeting the bare requirements with that, my question is that what the city should strive for? Are we a city that strives for the bare minimum when we address these things? I don't believe so. I believe we can always improve. Okay. And like I'm going to say this again. When I brought these concerns, we started addressing them, right? But there's other things that we need to address further regarding, again, what is the bare minimum? And as a city, is that what we're providing our residents? Okay.
Because you didn't get the answers from the city attorney? If you're saying you addressed them, we moved forward, but then you still needed more answers. Are you saying that the city manager didn't give you what you wanted to hear or didn't even answer you? Just for clarification.
So my question is going back to what policies should a city commissioner have access to? And what policies should a city commissioner be aware of? If you can answer that, then I can refine my public records request. And until then, the question is, it's everything, right? Because again, we go back to you don't know what you don't know. And if this is something our city is following, okay, should it be following it? Is there a way we can improve? But we can't improve a system where we're saying, okay, this is how we do things. And then we say, okay, that's good. Let's make it better. But how do we make it better? We can't, because there's nothing there. There's nothing there. We just said, like, if we were to say what policy should a commissioner have access to, and the answer is, well, the answers are either you know what we should have access to, or you say all. To me, a commissioner should have access to all. Okay. And if you feel different, I would like to hear why you feel differently regarding that. And maybe, again, that could help refine my ask to the city manager or the public records request as to what policies I should have.
Can I ask this? When you became a commissioner, less than 6 months ago, did you go through an orientation of all the policies and procedures? And
no, I did not go through an orientation.
Okay. when I went, there was everything. Marion, all of them. It was 2 or 3 hours each day leading up until once I was sworn in, and going over. And if I had questions, then I would ask. At the time, that city manager did not know until the day on the dais I was only a city manager for 2 weeks as a commissioner, and they stepped down, and then we went through a little process there. But anytime, even with the interim city manager at that moment in time, still asked questions because I was still learning. In the beginning, it was explained to listen, try to understand everything that has to go on in the city, all of the different areas of public works from the departments and all of that. That was what I was told to do. Those were the things, even with the person I took the seat from, said, take your first year, understand everything that's going on in City Hall, and go from there. So I'm sorry that you didn't get orientation, but my next challenge would have been, if I didn't get the answer for what I was looking for on a policy or anything, I would still continue to be the broken record and figure that out without having to, whether you say it doesn't you're not saying that the city's not doing the job. I guarantee it's making individuals in this building feel a certain way, whether they say it to the mayor or anybody. I feel that is definitely happening because I can feel it. I felt it at the tree lighting, which we all were at, and then we walked 3 blocks down and you're there. You weren't even with the team, which also made me feel very hurt that you weren't where we all are on very many situations as far as things that have come across here, as far as ribbon cuttings or events that we're at. To me, that night I was hurt, and I know I didn't ask, but I am sure Rodolfo called and asked where you were, because he called me because he couldn't find me. I'm sure he called Miss Shirley because she wasn't there yet because I hadn't seen her. I'm just saying it's that feeling. I can't really describe it, but I know I'm feeling it when I come and talk to certain people in City Hall.
Commissioner Reingerson, just to address that, I was actually standing in the front row while you guys were in the front. I don't know if you saw me, but I was end up recording it. I did receive a phone call from the city manager that evening about, I think it was less than 30 minutes before the tree lighting. I work in Gainesville. Okay. So it takes some time. And also I would like to point out is, were you guys provided an invite to the event and a time at when the tree lighting would be?
It was brought up here on a commission, and I write it in the planner, the tree lighting and the date. I can't remember when, but I always write it in there, and it was told the time and for us to be there.
So because even the ABL didn't know what time it was, because their calendar said what was it? The choir goes until 6:20, yet the tree lighting was actually happening around 6:16. So there wasn't even consistency on that. So again, it's not me not trying to be at these events. I'm trying to be at these events. Just right. I didn't want to bring this up. I was going to let it go, and I've already talked to the city manager. My concerns with this, I wasn't going to try and put it out in the public about how these things are handled, but since you brought it up. But again, I'm glad my fellow commissioners have had this wonderful experience and they've never had to ask the questions that I am asking. Okay. My understanding is, like you said, the first year, learn what you can. Okay. So understanding the monthly and quarterly reports that the city produces since I've been a commissioner, right? I feel that follows under learning, because then what I can do is I can look at these reports, and I've already spoken with the city manager about saying, I would like to get these reports so me and you can go over them and I can understand what's going on. All right. Same thing with city policies. I realized there was a issue with me not knowing city policies when the citizens had to bring it up. And it's a good thing they did. And so that showed me that I don't know my city's policies. And as a commissioner, I find that unacceptable. So then I go and say, okay, well, I need to know the policies of this city, right? And when you go and ask that question, it says, well, there's too many policies. And then I said, well, what policies should I know? And the answer is, well, you should know all of them. So how do you answer that question? How do you answer the question of you should know everything, but you can't ask for everything? How would you answer that as a experienced commissioner on here is, how do you stay up to date with the policies governing the city if you can't know the policies? And the only time you can ask for policies if you come across a situation that requires you to know it. And usually that happens on this floor during a commission meeting, and you have to ask for it after the problem already arrived. So how do you do that as a commissioner?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Fletcher, I disagree with that. We need to know every policy in that moment. If I have again, can be a non-resident that comes up and needs to know something about a policy, I'll either direct them to the right department to get that information, or maybe I'll ask the city manager for it. But I certainly don't need to have in my hand at all times or access to, I'm just going to use this as the example again. I don't need to know what the police department's policy is about arresting somebody. I mean, unless somebody asks me for it, I don't necessarily need that. Why? Because we have a police chief. Why? Because we have a city manager that the police chief reports to. I don't need to know all day-to-day operations policies. Are there some? I'll give you that, sure. But I certainly don't need to know the minutia policies on how this on roads and works, and I just don't. I disagree with you on that.
So then what policies would you ask for then? How would you say that? How would you put it? How would you ask the city manager for all the policies that govern our city that you think would be relevant to a commissioner? See?
I'll let you know at the next meeting.
We don't know.
I'll go home and think about it and come up with a list if you want. I mean,
right, but that's the thing. I've
you
spent
put in a
2.5
list for
months
everything.
trying to answer that question. Sorry, that's for the report. I spent since October 16th. Okay, almost 2 months trying to answer that question, and we haven't gotten an answer to what policies should a commissioner have access to. Right, and I do acknowledge there are policies. We've had plenty of conversations discussing this scenario and trying to figure out what policies should a commissioner have access to. One of the examples you've mentioned was like, should commissioners be concerning themselves with gravel road, right? How to grade a road? No. Right? But then it goes to the question of, okay, so how do you exclude that type of policy from a public records request or access to a commissioner? How would you do that? And the answer is there is no system in place to do that, right? This is a fundamental thing when we're talking about enterprise information, right, and knowledge engineering. Okay, something that's my career field. That's what I know about, and this is, to me, it's showing we don't have a system in place here, but we can make one, and that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm not saying, oh, we've been disorganized and each department has different policies all over the place, right? I'm not chastising for that, because that's a common thing with many businesses and governments. What I'm saying is there is a path to move forward to make it better, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Okay, and if you can answer the question, what policies for a city a commissioner should have access to, okay.
Well, here's where the difference is defining access. In my mind, defining access to me is if I am curious about a policy, if a resident or non-resident asks about a policy here or out on the street or calls me up, I just described how I get access to a policy.
Right, but that's a reactive system, right? You're not addressing it until something bad happens. Okay, that's what you're doing.
It doesn't necessarily have to be something bad
well,
all the
okay,
time.
There's a catalyst. Okay, let's use that phrase. There is a catalyst that happens here that says, oh, now I need to know this policy. Now I need to know if this policy exists. Okay, now I need to know what's in that policy. But it's only after something happens, right? That is a very reactive mindset to problems. Okay, and I'm trying to be proactive with how we handle this.
So you're asking for commissioners not to be charged for public records requests and be treated as an exception to the regular citizen or non-citizen asking. You're asking for all the policies in the entire city to be online, and you're asking for a workshop for the SOP.
So what I would like is a workshop to continue this conversation instead of having to workshop it right now. But one, commissioners acting in an official capacity
Well,
right?
aren't we always acting in an official capacity? I don't know that I understand when you say that.
Well, I'm assuming, like, say there's a concern, right? A concern is that a commissioner is trying to request public records that are unrelated to their position, right? Because then it's not like sort of like when you an employee of a business does something, right, in a official capacity as an employee versus when they do it personally, right? There's a difference with that when we talk about those things. And so the question goes is yes, I do feel commissioners in an official capacity are different than residents, and it's factual, right? We're on city payroll already, right? We're elected by the people to oversee the city, and if the city puts this from where we are, right, and we're stifling the commissioners' access to information, okay, I see an issue with that. That's what's happening here, because now for me to know the monthly and quarterly reports, since I've been a commissioner, then that was filed in October, so. October, September, about like 5 months worth, right? $500. Boom, you got to pay it. Now I'm wondering how much that's going to cost me if I request now. I haven't made another request for reports since then. How much is the next monthly reports, right? How can you effectively govern and know what's happening, right? If you're just asking specific questions once every 2 weeks about what's being presented to you, that's not effective governance. Governance is having a sight picture of what's going on and having access to this information. So I'm really I don't know why, like we mentioned, Commissioner Ringerson, you mentioned you've talked to past commissioners of the city. Well, I've talked to commissioners of multiple municipalities, and they've said the same thing. Why are you paying money for this information? You need this information to do your job. So my question is maybe it's something that Alachua has done in the past, but maybe that's not how everyone else does it outside of here. Maybe there's better ways. But what I'm trying to get to is a workshop where we can discuss this. And if by that time, that workshop, Ms. Williams, if you have an answer to the question of what policies a commissioner should have access to, I would love to hear it then, and we can craft a policy around that. But what I'm trying to do is trying to get to the step of saying like, hey, what we're doing right now meets the legal requirements. I want to be clear. We're meeting the legal minimum requirements, right?
We're going above it.
So what I would say is we're meeting the minimum requirements, and I think we can do better than where we're currently at. And I think we should not be opposed or aggressively defensive over having that type of conversation. And that's what I'm just trying to get us to have a conversation about this. Okay. And when we talk about specifics, we can hash out those specifics then, but I'm just trying to get to a conversation because I've been having this conversation already. And I felt that I've exhausted my options, and now it's time to bring it up with my fellow commissioners and have a conversation with them about this.
I just want to clarify something that you just said, that we're only asking questions every 2 weeks. I cannot speak for my fellow commissioners up here, but I can promise and guarantee you that I am not just asking questions every 2 weeks at a meeting. And I'm fairly certain that the rest of us sitting up here are in contact with city manager, and whenever we need to be. I have always asked for meetings with the city manager and received them whenever. I just want to be sure that we're clear on that I'm not just asking questions every 2 weeks at a commission meeting. I thank you. I'm doing my homework every time.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. My understanding was the comparison, because I don't know your schedules, is that we have a commission meeting every 2 weeks. And I myself started with Rodolfo back in, I believe it was September, or maybe it was October, starting pushing for weekly meetings. We were able to set up a schedule for that. But going back is, I'm bringing concerns here. These are my concerns. If you don't feel they're concerns, let me know, right? I feel like you're letting me know that these are not concerns to be addressed. And if that's the case, I'm going to move to ask that a workshop be set up before January 31st to continue this conversation regarding public record policies and access. And what I'll say off of that is
You said January 31st? It's a Saturday.
before January 31st.
Can you please repeat your motion?
Yes, I'm asking for us as a commission to set up a policy workshop before January 31st. So that gives staff time to prepare their material and gives staff the opportunity to set the meeting date and coordinate with ourselves.
I still need clarification. This workshop will be specific, that you're suggesting we have is specifically to review the draft of the standard operating procedure for public records request, which it was enclosed in our packet. Is that correct? Is that what that workshop's for specifically?
Which packet are you referring to?
The agenda packet.
I don't see that packet item.
I just pulled it up. Well, how did I pull it up? I have it.
Should
Is
be
it in
via
my
email.
email? Is it? Did everybody get an email? Is that where I got it from? Okay. I misspoke then. But I have it. I'm looking right at it.
Yeah, so what I hope is this workshop, we can discuss that, the proposal for that, and us as a commission, all right, can adopt it officially. That's what I would like this workshop to achieve, is this commission adopting how we handle public records.
Why not just put this on a January meeting?
Because I think people would like to go home at a reasonable time.
The only thing I'm going to add real quick is the paying and the commission. I don't feel, whether we're paid by the city or anything, I should have any special treatment whatsoever. Every year when I get the 4th of July pass, I'm thinking to myself, I want to walk the streets just like everybody else in this city. I feel we should pay if we do this. I just want to say that I do stand on that. We should not have any special treatment. It always 4th of July is always very busy. I love that the city thinks that, okay, it's great and we have a pass, and sometimes it is hard to get in and out, but I always feel guilty taking this pass, and so I don't typically use it. So I also feel that this is not something that we should be able to have special treatment and not have to pay for something.
There's a motion. Well, I don't hear a second. So the motion dies for a second. All right. Thank you for the extensive discussion. All right. Next item. Comments from citizens on subjects not on the agenda.
Good evening, Zoe King. There was a couple times that I've heard where there's public meetings held for things that are happening. For example, Fletcher Trace and whatnot, and the meeting or the notice went out 400 yards. In that particular situation, I don't think that's far enough, because across the street is railroad tracks. The next place over is land. You're not even a quarter of a mile, not even a tenth of a mile at that point. So it's just something that I wanted to bring up. Maybe you guys could reconsider expanding the notice, because the thing I hear at a lot of the meetings is nobody showed up. And I don't think you're on a 400 foot, you're not really reaching everybody that you could. Also, there should be some type of, when these signs are getting put out, for example, the Fletcher Trace, they're in the bushes and they're covered by sticks and all sorts of, I'm sure there is I've had issues trying to get stuff that should be listed on your website for easy access that other cities have on their websites. I'm sure there's a policy for it or something that's given to these people that have to put them out there, but there's nobody enforcing it then if that's the case, because I literally had to stop, park across the street, get out, cross the road, and uncover it to read what it said. The reason why it caught my attention was because it was purple. So I just ask that maybe you guys reconsider expanding how far out your reach is. Maybe you'll get more of the people coming to your meetings to have an opinion versus the 3 minutes that they got to rush and spill everything out right now.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, Ms. King, for yourself specifically, you can request to have your name and address added to the mailing list through the planning department. I know that there's several in this room that are already on the mailing list, so it doesn't just for you specifically. You don't have to be 400 feet from anything. You'll receive any of them that come out.
Regarding that, is there a way that residents can know that this list exists? Is it currently on our website?
Which list are we referring to?
The list Commissioner Williams was just referring to.
I wouldn't want to put people's names and addresses on the website.
No, not the list. The ability to be added to the list.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, for Mr. City Manager here, Carson Crockett, Principal Planner with the City of Alachua. So the list is made available online. If you sign up for that list, you are putting your address out there because we have to make sure that people who need to make the labels for the neighborhood meetings can get the addresses. Now, in terms of where it's said that this list exists is in our land development regulations, which I understand is not the most easily approachable document, but is technically available online. When somebody comes to our department and asks, hey, how do I get these mailers? We direct them as best as we can. And we say, well, you can email us or we can take in writing your information for that.
So I guess the question for the city manager is there a way we can provide this information on the city website in this planning department section that you may be added to this list, but your information would be accessible. That information would be accessible, like a warning saying like, hey, this is a public record. This information, is it something we're able to do?
I would direct that question to the Director of Planning, and that's something easy given the workload that they can do.
Yeah. I would also just like to note, Mr. Mayor, right now the list is small enough that the city's able to furnish the cost. The LDRs do give us the ability to charge to the people on the list. We don't want to do that, but if the list were to grow large enough that the city can't furnish the cost anymore, we'd have to request that.
Right, and that furnishing of the cost is within our LDRs, and it's written down saying, so if it does happen and a resident says, hey, why am I going to bill for this? You guys can point them to that LDR?
Mr. Mayor, that's correct, and they would be notified before we take a step like that.
I guess I would still like an answer from the planning director if this is something we have the bandwidth to do.
Mr. Mayor, in answer to Commissioner Fletcher's question, that's definitely something that could be placed on the website. The notification that if you are interested in all planning and zoning type of land use actions, click here, and then you could have a page. We could work with the IT person Gardy to set that up, and it'd be an entry form or something like that could make it available. And then but again, their email would become public record at that point.
Mr. Mayor, it sounds to me like there's a way we can move forward and make this information more accessible to the public. If the city manager is willing to take that on, I would greatly appreciate that as a commissioner, unless this commission would want to direct him to do that, but I don't think that may be necessary for this.
Mr. Mayor, we'll work on it.
Good evening. James Jim Carrington. Agenda item 5, section A was difficult, especially for those of us citizens that are here tonight. Is there any other non-employees sitting in the audience? You've lost your audience. But the key here is, on a much happier note, I wanted to speak to y'all tonight about the fact that I really think it is a time of peace on earth, goodwill towards men. It is a time in which we can reflect on what we did this past year. And, you know, there were some bumpy roads. There were everything's from elections to personnel changes to hiring, I don't know how many attorneys. Much went on, but let me say this. Thank you for what you do when you consider as a team the environment, recreation and culture, seniors, children, education, and management. And I was about to cross off the word that management after the last agenda item, but no, we've done a good job. I support your interim manager from what I've seen, and Rodolfo, keep working hard. We've passed the budget this year. That's wonderful. The money's, you know, that's where the key is, where the money is. And you've got some great staff handling that, and I continue to push forward for that and push forward for each of you as a body. You're much stronger together than you are individually, and you know, keep at it. Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Tamara Robbins. Mr. Mayor, thank you, Commissioner Fletcher, for standing clear on what is important for the public is to have access to all information. And shame on all the rest of you for not supporting the fact that transparency in government and policy access is all that people have to depend on, of what they can depend on in their community. So you all just don't think having access to policy, well, sorry for you, because that is exactly what this whole governing experience is about. You guys set policy, and you don't think a commissioner should have access to it? That is insane. I was a commissioner, Commissioner Ringerson. You never called me and asked me what my experience was when I was a commissioner. Not one single penny did I ever have to pay for a public record. And believe me, you know that I requested a lot. So it is, he didn't get an orientation. Nobody gave him an orientation. Here, do your job, and we're not going to give you information unless we charge you more than we pay you every month. I requested the contracts for 2 city attorneys. I got a bill for $200. Yep. I wanted to review the Theater Park project because you guys approved $700,000. I got an invoice for, $250 to review that? An existing project, $250. It's extortion, and it should all be available. The Cleather Hathcock Center is under real property. It's under a city-adopted policy right here. The city commission determines the fate of all real property, not some contractor, Mr. Manager, and not you. The city commission will determine the fate of the Cleather Hathcock existing center. It is in your purchasing policy. Y'all should have a copy of it. In the fiscal report, because of course none of you would allow the citizens to comment, except Commissioner Fletcher wanted it, on the fiscal policies of how you spend. No, nobody gave him a second. You have $2.3 million you're holding of customer deposits. Why? Why are you doing that to the public? $2.3 million in a bank sitting over there. You just keep collecting more. penalizing people for shutoffs, making them pay for reconnects, making them pay double deposits, charging them 10% late fees. Yes, all of that, Commissioner Brown. That is what you are doing to the public in this community. And you know what? They don't like it. And you have $2.3 million just sitting there doing nothing, not even getting interest that you would pay back to the public. Shame on all of you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else?
Hello, Story Lindbergh. I just want to share because we didn't get a second motion about Commissioner Fletcher's request to have a discussion on a workshop. I want to remind the mayor, Mr. Mayor, you have the power to establish a workshop without anyone telling you yes or no. If you wake up on New Year's Day and you say, I want to have a workshop about this, you tell the clerk, I want to have a workshop on this day and it's going to be about this. You don't need anyone to tell you second or no. You have that power, and it's a very powerful power. Vice Mayor Brown, you said there's room to do things differently. Commissioner Fletcher, thank you for trying to bring the SOP forward. So I don't know if this means that the SOP dies because you're not going to talk about it and we can't review it. But if there's room to do things differently, then give a second. It can come up again. It's just a very common thing to know what is available. And it's very disheartening that there's commissioners who don't want to do that or pursue just the option to talk about it. And Commissioner Williams, you've started saying citizens and not citizens. I live in an enclave that's illegal in the state of Florida, but our kids would go to the same school. We share the same high school. We drive the same roads. Maybe one day we'll get the same water, but we're all a part of the public and we all care very much. So I just wanted to share the disappointment that the commission did not want to pursue a conversation about establishing a policy about those kinds of stuff. And you mentioned trust. I trust everyone all the time. And the only time I got a little nervous about that is when the Main Street article came out about the Christmas video. Someone wanted a video last year, earlier in the year. They got 5 minutes broken up. They had to hire a lawyer, the article said. And then they got 20 minutes. The public wants the 20-minute version of everything. We don't want the 5-minute version. We don't want the broken up version. So hopefully in the new year, you can revisit talking about policy, and you can all get your invitations to all the events you need to go to in time. And the last thing that this got me interested in it is after the cloud item, Ms. King shared that she wanted a copy of our procurement procedures. She was charged a bill and she's not going to pay it. We should know how we buy stuff. I think that's very common because it's public money.
Thank you. All right, comments from City Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am pleased to announce that Theater Park is open to the public. This enhancement marks such a fingerprint on Main Street. And I appreciate all the staff's work and your vision that allowed us to get that done. I also want to recognize the success of the tree lighting. It was a very beautiful moment, and it reminds us that come together and celebrate great things. And then just on behalf of the entire city team, thank you for everyone on the board for your continued support. And we look forward to the wonderful things for the next year. Thank you.
City Attorney.
Glad to join you all again tonight, and I have nothing further.
Commissioner Fletcher. You need to turn your mic on.
So I guess tonight's agenda, this item was a little, we had a long discussion about this. And we don't see eye to eye. But for me, the question is whether we are governing from a clear and accessible rules that commissioners can see, with information that commissioners can actually use to do our jobs, and whether relying on unwritten practices, internal drives we can't see, and fee-based access, even for core oversight information. My intent with these items is not to micromanage staff and it's not personal towards anyone. It's to make sure we move forward towards a model where we have clear commission-adopted standards and public records processes, a visible for us location on where we may store policies. We already do it with a lot of our HR stuff through Mooney Code. And something similar is what I felt we could achieve if we had a discussion through a workshop. A central way for commissioners to be able to see what recurring department level reports are being produced, and a straightforward way for our commissioners to access this information in our official capacity. I appreciate my colleagues and staff engaging in these questions, and I'll keep working through workshops and future agenda items to make sure the follow-up we discussed tonight, which I guess there was no follow-up, happens. Because even where we didn't fully agree tonight, I think the concerns themselves are real and ongoing. People will keep running into questions about how decisions are being made and how we as a city function. And I'm going to keep bringing those issues back in a structured way through workshops, attempts of workshops, drafting policies, and bringing, again, agenda items to address these things. So that over time, we may rely less on unwritten rules and practices and case-by-case exceptions and have a more clear and published rules that everyone can see. I got to see, that's that part. Now the more fun part. So I got to see Theater Park. I know I came late on that decision. I think that was one of my first decisions as a commissioner I got to see on that, and I'm so I want to say proud with the direction we were able to take that with the design and seeing it get accomplished by city staff and my fellow commissioners' work to get that, because I used to always go there before, and it definitely needed a love, and I think it got a lot of love, and I'm really, really happy to see that. I can't wait until we start getting it being utilized by the public. Whether I've heard there's talks about using it as an area for wedding receptions. I've heard like people having like Music Junction having events there, and I'm really glad to see we're putting positive effort in turning the CRA district and especially our downtown into what you would call a third place for our community, right? That third place, that hub where you go to work, you go home. Where else do you go? You're going downtown, and I'm really, really glad to see that investment with that. Yes, I did not get to stand with the commissioners up at the tree lighting, but I was there to watch it light. I heard there may have been a mischievous elf involved in some wiring over there, but that tree is great, and not to diss High Springs, but I think our tree is a little bit better than theirs. And with that, I want to wish my fellow commissioners, city staff, and the public, because I believe this is our last meeting until the new year, so Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and have a Happy New Year.
Commissioner Williams.
Just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Commissioner Ringerson.
Well, also have a Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays. Happy New Year. Theater Park, I was just going to say 15, maybe 16 years ago, that's where my children took their prom pictures. So I can't imagine what it's going to do with what it looks like now. So I think that's fantastic. Chief, as always, continue to keep us safe. Thank you for all your hard work, staff, for the last year. I did put up for you guys the HOPE. I left some out at the counter for the opioid task force. Has moved forward really, really, really well. I think it's over 300 calls have come into that center since we started this initiative. My understanding is we saved 2 lives on it, and this is one of the brochures that I'm hoping that with the city manager. I did talk to the principal while she was here, and she said absolutely bring them. But these need to go churches, schools, anywhere in the city that we can put them for just a pickup for information to help parents and children that might need it. So I'm excited about that. That was one other thing. The workshop. There is a workshop on December 10th for one of the clarification on that. There is a workshop on December 10th here at City Hall for, I didn't write the details, and Rodolfo, I meant to ask you in the meeting, for the community, for one of the community events. I just want to make sure that's still happening.
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is a workshop on December 10th at 6 o'clock to work on the Alachua Trails Master Plan program. And so it's the community workshop to take community input on that.
Okay, it's moved to it's 6 o'clock. It was 5:30, and what I wrote down then.
Off the top of my head, you might be right. I have to double check on that. So
Okay.
we'll say 5:30, and that way, if somebody's early, they won't be late.
Okay. And then we have the parade this weekend, and that is at 11, correct? And we would meet at our normal spot, since I want to make sure Jacob knows where to go if he's in town, so that we can all be together.
I'll call each one of you up. No worries. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then we'll go with our normal festive attire team.
I have a nice sweater and bow tie. I'll wear them.
Yeah, just anything the holidays. Okay, so 11 o'clock. That's it.
Thank you. Let me just thank Pastor Natron Curtis for his prayer, and the children were marvelous. The chamber meeting was great. As usual, I encourage each of my commissioners, if you're available, try to make a meeting. They're the first Tuesday of each month. And I know usually Commissioner Williams is there, but I understand work commitments. Okay. Okay. All right. President Elliott has done a great job, and now Shelley Vickers will be the president of the chamber. The tree lighting was fantastic. The kids had a great time. Thanks to the leaders, thanks to the committee members, staff, volunteers, everybody who collaborated to ensure the tree lighting was great. Mr. Mayor, I want to know, does it work?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Good. It's your time.
I should have thought about this earlier. I just want to wish everyone a wonderful Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And just a reminder, my motto, just keep in mind that we better together. And so when we use every faculty or office that we have, let's try to approach them with respect and dignity and appreciation, because since I've been in office, I've witnessed y'all doing tremendous work, and just keep it up. And once again, I thank y'all.
Motion to adjourn.
Before I second, I just want to say go Gators, since that was one of the few games we won this year, Mayor. But second.